Mm.
Ooh. I've never streamed to YouTube and not Twitch at the same time before.
Yeah, I haven't either, actually.
Like, you always stream to both?
I just streamed to Twitch only.
Yeah, what I meant was I've always streamed to both at the same time. I've never done only YouTube.
Oh. Does that, like, work your computer harder, or no?
No, I just didn't want to do Twitch since you're on Twitch. I think Xun and I kind of sort of decided we were not going to split the Twitch viewers.
Yeah,
Right?
keep all the Twitch viewer base on your Twitch channel.
Also, why'd you name it after Xun?
Hmm?
Wait, what was the game lobby?
Nom1 and then password 1.
Okay, come on then. I forgive you.
What was this accusation you were throwing around?
I thought he said it was Xun 1.
He calls the game laughing by name as well. Just to
That's what
run
I'm
it in
like
even more. That'd be brutal, man.
Do you guys have webcams you want to use?
I don't right now.
I am no longer a webcam streamer. I'm too old now.
Oh, okay.
Give me 1 second. Let me turn my fan down.
I might though in the future be getting cam sorted out and shit. And I still need to also get a second monitor. I'm using my phone as my chat for my stream right now.
All right, there we go, guys.
All right. What game are we starting with? Are we starting from the bottom or the top?
All right, you guys are live now. We're going to start at the bottom right now.
Perfect. I think that's a better way to do it. I just wanted to double check.
Yeah.
And I know Lamb. I actually coached Lamb a little bit in CPO.
Oh, yeah. Good player.
Say what?
Pretty strong player.
Well, you know, it's the lowest rank, but I guess strong. There's potential there. That's why I coached him. I felt like there was a lot of potential there.
Oh, I got that thing wrong.
Alright boys, welcome to the stream.
do it.
We're just getting set up here.
You guys ready?
I am ready.
How long has the stream been live for?
14 minutes.
14 minutes. Alright, start in just a minute then.
Okay. I always got more videos I can play if you need more time.
Literally a minute.
Sing for us for 1 minute. John.
Fill the silence. Fill
Oh, I
the
don't have my music
silence.
on that one. Sorry, guys.
Hey Fonger, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Kappa Pride and all that. Escalade talking about the MMR 2200. Shimmer is a very strong player, don't you know? Dominating all us scrubs. Drop some bars. I'm not gonna freestyle on a cast, man. You're gonna have to come to my stream and donate, and maybe I'll freestyle. Yeah, Shimmer's like he's kind of like Vegeta, like trying to like slowly like power up over time, and he's like he can't believe that he can't do it. He's like, how could I beat Kakarot? And he can't do it. But eventually he's gonna turn Super Saiyan. 'Cause he's not gonna care one day. One day he's not gonna care anymore. He's gonna be like, do you know what? It doesn't matter. But then that's when he does it. That's when suddenly like his power level just surges, man. He's gonna start dominating. Once he gets outside of his head, you know, once that psychological element's no longer a factor, you wait and see.
Hey, John.
Hmm?
Who we got spawning in the top left?
We got none other than ya boy. It is Nom Lamb as the black Protoss, and his opponent in the bottom right on Paradiso, week 2, map 1, is Shimmer as the grey Zerg. Very similar colours here.
I got on TVB, yeah.
Yeah, I think we're going to go TVB for this one. So we got the blue in the bottom right, Shimmer, and his opponent in the top left, red. Beautiful colours, I think, red and blue.
I agree.
Definitely a good contrast compared to black and grey. A little bit easier on the eyes, maybe.
You know what would make it the greatest, though? You threw in some white.
Threw in some white.
Yeah.
You mean with the red and blue, or you mean with the grey and
Yeah, because
black?
America.
America. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you want that red, white, and blue action. All right, yeah. A little bit of America first thinking here. Ooh, and Shimmer going to be throwing down the overpull, so nothing out of the ordinary from him. Looks like it's going to be a Forge Fast expand because Lamb decided to pylon Scout, and usually when you pylon Scout, you're making a Forge. Whereas when you're making the Gateway, you're a little bit tight on minerals, so you want to keep that probe delaying its Scout.
Yeah, I still don't really know how I feel about Forge Expand personally. I just really, really enjoy Gateway Expand. I like just being able to punish greed and kind of get that extra little bit of pressure on them, but Forge Expand you get a lot more, you feel more comfortable going kind of greedy on your tech, right? So like you'll end up getting Corsair and stuff a lot more comfortably, easier.
Yeah. And interesting enough, Shimmer actually sent his Overlord, his second Overlord, a little bit cross-mappy to kind of hide it a little bit, and he snuck out his drone, hid it in the mineral line in the natural, so he could get down this hatchery without being too much interrupted by the probe scout of Lamb here. So Shimmer going to be on curve with his build order, also sending out a drone out onto the map now himself, trying to figure out what's going on exactly, maybe also taking a third base soon while making some lanes.
This is a good adjustment from Lamb too. Like you dropped the Forge, we scouted that we weren't in danger of Lings and it was cross map, so we go straight to Nexus before we'd go Cannon here.
Yeah, I really like this optimization. If they're not making lots of Lings early, you might as well squeeze out a little bit of an earlier Nexus out of this. Ooh,
Yeah.
Going to be getting that probe scout though, is Shimmer.
Oh, we got the probe? It's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, this can be pretty painful because if you don't have a probe out on the map, like if Lings are in front of your base and you don't have a probe out on the map, it gets extremely difficult to gather information. And I always feel like in PvZ, information is pretty key. Like more so than most matchups.
Yeah, 100%. If you have a good read on the Zerg and what they're doing, you can kind of line your build up nicely and optimize. Ooh, gonna be dying. The Ling's getting in the natural there. Nice little probe timing from Lamb. Gonna be shutting down any Ling run by Shenanigans. Also throwing down a second cannon for safety while keeping these holes plugged up with probes. So I like the taking this seriously. That there could be a lot of Lings coming out from Shimmer here as a follow up.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing about losing the probe scout, right? We have to get the second safety cannon now because we don't know what's coming in behind these Lings.
Yeah, he's completely in the dark, so you kind of have to like do a middle of the road build where you're kind of safe against most things, but you're not optimized against anything really. It looks like Shimmer also threw down his third hatchery as a macro hatchery. I think that's a little bit suboptimal for him. I'm not sure if that was just because he didn't realize he already had a drone out on the map to make an expansion. He just wanted to make. Ooh, he's going up to 4 hatchery on 2 base. This is pretty crazy production early game. And before gas 2, so maybe going for like a 4-hatch Hydra style of play here.
We didn't get a transfer out of Lamb either to the expansion, so maybe a slight lack of optimization in mining here.
Yeah, usually you want to send at least 2 to 3 probes down to that natural to get it mining sooner, ideally, if you can, 4 or 5. But obviously the earlier you make it, the less probes you want to send.
Yeah, exactly.
So do you think we're going to be seeing a Stargate here from Lamb, or do you think it's going to be like maybe a Citadel first build?
I'm not sure. I feel like we're going to see Stargate, probably. We're already a bit high on gas, so we're taking a second extractor right now.
Right.
Or a simulator.
And plus he does kind of need information right now, and the Corsair would give him the information that he doesn't have. So yeah, I would say that would be a good tech choice from him.
Yeah, the Corsair is essentially the follow-up to losing the probe, right? Like, if you don't have the probe scout anymore, Corsair is obviously really good for information gathering. Plus, it's good for sniping overlords. If they go into meta swap, like, you'll have the tech ready, and yeah, there's the Stargate now.
Nice. Yeah, I like to see it. Also, the +1 starting on that the core as well, to give those zealots a little bit more potency, maybe dealing with potential mutas and Scourge later on. We do have a lot of gas coming in for Shimmer right now. I'm wondering if he wants to tech up or if he just wants a lot of Hydras, but that's a lot of gas he's mining so far.
Yeah, both players getting really high on gas mining pretty early in the game.
Yeah, it seems both players having a slight issue with their mineral optimization. Can happen a lot. Mining a bit too much gas and not enough minerals can kind of make you a little bit imbalanced in the early game.
I was wondering if we would see a second Stargate go down since we were starting +1, but looks like we're just going to go with one Stargate and there's the Citadel.
Yeah, it's also possible that he's doing that just for safety and then maybe keeping the options open of making more Corsairs later on in case there is a muta switch, and just having that upgraded Corsairs later on can mitigate some potential disaster from some mutas applying pressure on him.
We got two Lings sneaking out, or two Zealots rather. We started a scout, I was about to say, we started a scout and canceled it and went Corsair. Well, we also have the cannon in our main just because we don't have information and he's worried about potential muta flying into his base and not being prepared for it.
Yeah, certainly should have started that Corsair a lot earlier to both glean information and also be safer to deal with any potential muta follow-up, so he could start building up a Corsair count already. Two Zealots going to be probing in the front here, Arzi. But there's two Sunkens nicely sim-city'd up, so I don't think they're going to find much damage here.
Yeah, the one good thing we get out of this is we do see Hydras hatching. So we should feel pretty comfortable that there's no Spire or anything coming in anytime soon.
Yeah, that's very true. Like, seeing the Hydra production and stuff, it's a lot less likely that we are going to go into Mutalisk. Usually if there was going to be a Mutalisk build, we'd probably only see Lings and Sunkens at this point.
We're getting all of our tech for Lamb. We have Templar Archives and a Robo facility already prepping for potential Lurker. Corsair is going to come down and we're going to see the Lair Evo Chamber here soon. And Lamb's also not seeing a third right now, so I kind of wonder how he's going to react to this, if he thinks he's going to be getting all-in, or...
Yeah, well, he's either thinking, is this a 2-base all-in kind of thing, or he might be just, where is his expansion? He might just be confused and thinking that it is out there, he just can't find it.
We do have an oversaturation on Shimmer's natural and pretty low drone count on our main, so even though his drone count's pretty even with Lamb, he's going to be mining a little bit suboptimally comparatively.
I do like that Shimmer's also getting Lurker Tech, because he has a lot of gas that's unspent, so we can find a way of utilizing that soon. We could set up a very strong contain, or at the very least prevent any damage being dealt to us from the Zealots soon.
Like Shimmer's setting up to take us third now. Second Evo Chamber coming down.
Yeah, really going heavily into his grades earlier as Shimmer. Like to see it.
I would like to see Lamb add a few gateways by now. We're going to start floating a lot of minerals soon if we don't get more production ready.
This is one of the problems that a lot of players have once you get to this mid-game phase. You tend to bank up a lot and struggle to optimize just building stuff, like throwing down production buildings, making expansions, queuing up units, building your pylons and whatever else. Like, a lot of players struggle with this phase.
Yeah, it can be tough for sure. So now we're getting the extra gateways. Also looks like Lamb's kind of ready to take a third potentially behind this push out.
And look at this Lurker timing. Like, the Lurkers are like popped out and ready right as the Zealots are here. So it looks like no damage is going to be able to be applied to this third hatchery of Shimmer. Hydra's doing a good job of bullying away the Zealots there. There is 3 Corsairs out, and they do have +1, so it looks like potentially Shimmer could get harassed a little bit from these Corsairs if he's not careful with how his Hydras are positioned. They could run around the map and pin down his Hydras by forcing them to be back at home and defend, while we see Lamb now taking his third expansion.
Yeah, if you're Lamb here, and you see that Zerg hasn't even finished their third and you're taking your third, if you're not getting killed here, you feel extremely comfortable as Protoss.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say the one thing that Shimmer has going for him is that he is getting those dual evos early, so at least he won't be falling too far behind in the grades, but he does need to get his production a lot stronger than this. He has got a lot of the drones. It's currently 43 drones to 45 probes, so pretty healthy drone saturation from Shimmer, but does need to get these other bases online soon, maybe even taking a fourth. He's going to be throwing that down at 6.
Good.
I'd like to see we got Observer sight range coming out from Lamb. I really like to see that, helping the Observer spot the lurkers at a distance to help break out of contains and lay siege to the Zerg nicely. Also having the Kadarin amulet, giving the Templars plus 50 energy total and starting out with a little bit extra as well. Going to be helping getting his storms to a much higher count and skirmish with the Zerg as the game progresses.
Wait, that makes him come out with more energy?
Yeah. Like 62 instead of 50 or whatever.
Oh. I never knew that.
Yeah, it's just a little bit, but I think it's based on percentage. So I think it's a fourth of the total energy that it starts with. So you get like another 12.5 starting energy.
Yeah, that can make a huge difference. Yeah, I never knew this. That's crazy.
Alright, so pretty big skirmish here from Shimmer. Going to be trying to run past the Zealots and forcing Lamb to storm his own Zealots while he starts to pick off the Templars. Pretty interesting plays from Shimmer here, but did lose a lot of those Hydras in the process. There is still a flood of Zealots coming out from Lamb, so the production of the Protoss is currently superior, but Shimmer going to be picking off the other High Templar as well, mitigating too many of those storms becoming a problem later on by reducing the High Templar count. Going to help him out later. There's 2 Observers out on the map already to try and push soon, so Shimmer will need to re-macro up and start turtling, because eventually the Protoss will have enough forces to start attacking these expansions at the 6 o'clock and the 3rd.
And they were starting 2 for Shimmer as well, which is actually going to be ahead of the Protoss, and Protoss choosing to start shields instead of a second armor upgrade. I would call this a mistake, because armor scales really, really well against Zerg specifically.
Wouldn't the only case you'd want the plasma shields if you were somehow doing some kind of like Zealot Archon style and you really did care about the shields?
Yeah, pretty much. And yeah, that would be the only time, and even then it's still a little bit iffy, just because like the base 1 armor on Dragoons and Zealots against Zerg, who already has like relatively low damage per hit, it just scales really, really well.
The only time I've really thought about getting shields is like in like a late game sort of free-for-all scenario where you're going mass carriers and you just want to put like as many upgrades on your carriers as possible and like upgrade their armor, weapons, and shields just to get maximum value out of them. And when they get mind controlled, like you have that little bit extra juice. Oh, look at this! Another skirmish from Shimmer, going to be starting mopping up these Zealots. There's just slightly too many Zealots though, and Shimmer needs to get these reinforcements up here quick. He can still beat this force. He's doing a good job of microing back a bit more towards the high ground area while these other units come up from the southern threshold. There are 2 lurkers here with another control group of Hydra, so Shimmer can put on the pressure now. Maybe some contain. These lurkers need to borrow soon. Ooh, the Zealots getting on top of the lurker, focusing the top one down, does get the pick off. Lamb focusing both these lurkers down beautifully. Going to be clearing both of those up to try to make the contain a little bit harder to be set up, but there is still quite a few Hydras rallying across the map, so Shimmer desperately trying to get on top of this expansion area of Lamb, but Lamb already has his 3rd base with cannons online right now, so it'll be really hard to attack in this position. Ideally, what Shimmer needs to do right now is also be teching up into Hive and going into Cracklings while laying the siege to these expansions here, Hazi.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually would like to have seen Lamb use his defensive cannons there, but I did like the targeting on the lurkers, because that was pretty much the hard counter to his standing army. So being able to pick those off did help a lot.
Ooh, some nice storms coming out from Lamb as well, as he's going to be clearing up a lot of those packs of Hydra. Shimmer did try and snipe off that other High Templar and got it down to 19 HP. It wasn't quite enough DPS to finish that off and did lose a lot of Hydra in the process. So now Shimmer has bled off a lot of his infantry, but the supplies are currently even. So right now this is actually kind of favoring Shimmer. He has this big powerful drone force right now. He's ahead in workers by 4, 51 drones to 47 probes, and currently supplies 93 for Shimmer and 96 for Lamb. So Shimmer, even on supply, that does tend to reflect well for the Zerg in this situation. He is currently also throwing down a Queen's Nest to start teching up as well. This is a pretty good play from Shimmer, also setting up macro hatcheries in the main base. He's going up to 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hatchery production. He's maybe like 1 more macro hatchery, and he's pretty much already got his late game production online.
Yeah, Shimmer's doing a really good job of keeping his money spent. And this is something I've actually said quite often. If you're a lower level player and you're having a hard time spending your money, don't feel like you have to optimize like hatcheries or something like that. Don't be afraid to throw down a few extra hatcheries to make sure you're not floating so much. And I feel like it's really working well for him. We're keeping our money spent, which, like you said, is keeping our supply even. And anytime you're even as Zerg, you are ahead.
And one thing I would like to point out, as Escalade just mentioned in the chat, there's a really great spread of vision here for LAM. We've got these observers and Corsairs spread out really nicely. Even a probe in the bottom left going to be spotting out potential expansion timing down there as well. Currently a force moving out into the middle. LAM trying to get on top of these Hydras that are currently unsupported by Lurkers. This great observer placement here kind of spotted these Hydras in advance and kind of gave him an opportunity to maneuver into the Zerg and trade favorably. And now going to be pushing Shimmer all the way back outside of that middle now, giving control to LAM so he can now either keep launching the assault or choose a different path of attack.
Yeah, it's a great job spotting out and punishing the kind of Hydra sitting on the middle of the map. We are getting kind of our armory separated and picked off a good bit here, though.
Yeah, Shimmer shaving off a lot of this army, and it's not together, actually. LAM in a little bit of trouble now, starting to bleed a little bit of his units of his own. Drawn out position, Shimmer trying to gun down a few of these units and taking out most of them. Beautiful storms coming out, but he kind of did overstorm just a little bit here right now. He's got so many High Templars. There's like 8 High Templars completely unprotected. Shimmer starting to move forward and pick off High Templars one at a time. Beautiful storms going to be trying to mop down these Hydras before they get in position and kill them. Shimmer can go and kill so many High Templars right now. There's a few Zealots here to try and help protect them, but Zealots don't do a good job of protecting High Templars. They kind of not so good at getting in the way and blocking them, whereas Dragoons can just rain down side disruptor shots and kind of clean up them before they can even get the shots off on the High Templars. So unfortunately for LAM, they did lose a lot of those High Templars, but in the process did clean up most of those Hydras. So currently the situation I would say is fairly even, but Shimmer needs to be careful not to bleed too many more units into this Protoss force.
And LAM did finish a 4th base behind this. So even though the trades have been like relatively even, and even Shimmer's eco is looking pretty strong, LAM is continuing to grow. We do have a 5th hatchery going down for Shimmer. I'm just getting a little bit worried because a 4-base Protoss with 4 gas can start pumping out a lot of Templar Goon if that's what they choose to do.
Wow, look at these Zerglings. This Hydra Ling is just so strong in certain circumstances, really hard to deal with, and Crack's not even online yet. We've got Defiler Mound about to pop. Look at the hatcheries in the main base. Look at this. This is what we're talking about when we're talking about Zerg production. Yeah, baby. How many hatcheries is that? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's what I'm talking about. 12 hatchery production. How many gateways do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not enough. Not enough is the answer, Ozzy.
Yeah, and that fight in the middle there, too. Unfortunately, the Zealots were on move command. It looked like we may have clicked one of our own Zealots, and they just kind of stood there taking a beating without fighting back.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a huge attack going on at 12 o'clock now. Shimmer just wants to go right now. Attack moving into the north, going to be taking out some of these auxiliary gateways that were set up there to get Templars online. Zealots coming in on the ridge line to try and bully off the Hydras and Lings from that position to take back some control, but it doesn't quite matter. The Nexus being focused down by these things. Crack is now online. There's so much damage, and the Nexus does fall. The Protoss force is trying to regain position. There's so many High Templars, Ozzy. There's like 9 High Templars trying to storm the Zerglings desperately. This is like almost like something out of like a cinematic cutscene or something. Look at all those Zerglings. Beautiful storm there to try and focus down specific packs of the Zerglings while also not storming your own Templars. So far, pretty beautiful storms, but all these High Templars getting swallowed up by Shimmer. Absolute madness going on right now.
Yeah, and with that, now LAM is looking to be in a pretty bad position. We have Shimmer finishing his 5th base. We denied the 4th base. He's actually ahead on upgrades right now, even. And once it gets to like... Yeah, and once you're on like crackling tech and you're Protoss and you're just on 3 base still, it gets extremely difficult to fight efficiently.
It's kind of crazy. Like, Shimmer's playing like out of his mind right now. Look at this, Ozzy. This is like absolutely exceptional. We even have Defilers out on the map as well, so maybe he could be getting some Dark Swarms and Plagues. It's absolutely fantastic that he shut down this 4th base. That's the main job done. The Protoss is now mined out, going to be reduced to like basically 1.5 base economy for the time being. He does have quite a few minerals left in his natural because of the poor saturation early, so we'll be mining a little bit from there with this probe transfer that we'll have to be doing soon. But right now, a huge force from Lamb going to be moving out to the 6 o'clock position to try and intercept some Zerg forces, maybe take out one of these bases. There's actually not a lot down here. There is a Defiler, but not enough energy to Plague. Plague is still not yet finished. Plague on the way, about 75% complete. So now the Zealot streamlining into the 6 o'clock position. Shimmer out of position a little bit here, and instead it's going to be counter-attacking the third base of Lamb. Meanwhile, so a little bit of base trading scenario, and this actually does favor Shimmer because Shimmer can kind of afford to sacrifice this base at 6 o'clock. Meanwhile, if he does take out this Nexus at the third base for Lamb, that will be kind of disastrous. He might even be like long distance mining soon once that natural becomes mined out. But so far, Lamb doing a good job of getting on top of those Zealots and finishing them off, so might be able to save that base. There is some reinforcements coming through the middle of the map. Meanwhile, at the 6 o'clock threshold, we do have Zealots getting on top of the Hydras more and more. So great multitasking from both players trying to deal damage on all fronts right now. In the bottom left, we also have a small attack coming down to try and deny this base being set up by Shimmer, but there is a full small force of Lurkers and Lings going to be able to shut that down at least. So kind of crazy game we're seeing right now, and more Lings streaming into the natural of Lamb as well. Going to be trying to fight some of the reinforcements there while still trying to lay siege to this base. Maybe trying to borrow a Lurker. Nexus. Can we get some probe kills, Ozzy?
Absolutely, yeah. No, we do have an observer here. I was about to say we don't have an observer, but we do. We're also not focusing, unfortunately, but just a lot of fires being put like all over the place on both sides. Really stressing the multitasking, but we're gonna call GG here because we are pretty much mined out, I guess. About to lose our third base, yeah.
Wow, really well played game from Shimmer there. I really like the multitasking from both sides at the end. They were both trying to stretch each other thin and really push each other right at the end there, fighting with everything they had.
Well, I was going to say, what really impressed me about Shimmer this game is, despite the constant skirmishes, he really never was floating money. He did a really good job of staying on top of his macro this game.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal play from Shimmer there. Very uncharacteristic, not getting frustrated, just staying focused on the task and doing a great job at it too. All right, well, that was game number 1. What do you think so far, Ozzy? Do you think this is going to be a crazy, crazy series we're going to be seeing between these two teams?
Nope.
Nope, going to be boring and fruitless. Wow. So far, so good, I would say. We're going to be working from the bottom up. So far, working our way through Tier 3, the Hyperion tier between Team Loveboat and Rocket Raiders. Loveboat won their first game just now, but it's still not over. Still just 1-0 in the series between Shimmer and Lamb, so still more to play for these two players. Let's see if Shimmer can keep up his hot streak in the next couple of games.
Yeah.
Going to be having... Go on.
Well, I was going to say, I will say, for being essentially the lowest MMR of what we're going to be casting tonight, I'm actually pretty pleasantly surprised with the quality of that game.
Yeah, me too. Like, honestly, that was like way, way, way higher level than I was expecting out of those two players. Both of them performing pretty exceptionally well, I would say. We do have those players in the bottom left, Nom Lam, as your red Protoss, looking rather fresh. And in the top right, his opponent, playing absolutely beast-like in the first game, currently 1-0 up in the series for Team Loveboat. It is Shimmer. It's the Blue Zerg.
Interesting first pylon placement, by the way, for Lamb already.
Yeah, so it looks like he's wanting to maybe do some one-basey stuff here. Maybe even just aggressive 2-gate play is possible.
Yeah.
I would have thought he'd maybe consider putting those gateways in his natural, but yeah, I'm curious what we're going to see here. Do you think this is going to be some sort of gateway forge play, or like what are we going to see?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. If it were going to be 2-gate, I would definitely like to have seen it more forward, and it could have been pretty strong because we're actually going to get a hatch first. And the travel distance on this map is relatively low. Short, I should say.
Yeah, this is a Blue Storm remake. It's called Sandstorm, made by Minerals. Very good map, actually. We did some games casted that recently between myself and Saiyan, between Saber and Scan. Very good games. I really do like this map, so...
There we are, getting the 2-gate.
Yeah, it's going to be 2-gate, and with the hatchery first, this could be seriously strong. And like you say, the rush distance is very short here, so wonder if this is going to be a little bit too much damage for Shimmer to handle, or if he's going to be on top of things.
I just realized I need an image to put over the replay timer, huh? Probably be a good idea.
You can also disable that if you what is it?
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Oh, why?
Never mind then. No image.
No good production here, Ozzy.
It's that's the Aussie guarantee.
Yeah, sometimes less is more in the most literal sense. Okay, so we're going to be having a very quick gas coming out of Shimmer, which is going to limit his minerals that he'll have accessible to him to produce a lot of Zerglings and a Sunken at his natural, because ideally, once he sees that Zealot coming, if he knows it's 2-gate, he'd want to be putting a Sunken down right away, but he doesn't know it's 2-gate. This could just be a gateway expand as far as he's concerned, so he's not quite alert to that. Once he sees these 2 additional Zealots coming out with these Overlord, though, he should kind of start to smell what's going on. He might smell what the Rock is cooking. He might need to throw down this creep colony soon.
He is massing Ling, which he definitely has enough to deal with that right now. Gonna get the surround on the Zealot? Nope, not quite. Gonna turn back around. Try to meet up with the other Zealots at this point. This is far too many Lings for one Zealot to be fighting and trading against.
This is going really well for Shimmer thus far. Getting that Zealot that low that quickly, that's really, really well played. And he's got enough Zerglings to attack these other 2. He could get the surround on them right now, but Shimmer's going for the run by. This is crazy. He's just ignoring those Zealots and going straight to the main of these Zerglings. He's saying, you want to multitask? Let's go, baby. I'm going to throw down a creep colony in my main. Meanwhile, pumping out more Zerglings to buy myself some time. But it is 3 Zealots to handle. One of them is a little bit low, starting to regenerate his shield though. 20 shields and 70 HP. Going to be putting down a lot of damage on that Sunken right away. And this is a hard Sunken to drill. Would have been nice if that Sunken was a little bit deeper, closer to his pool. But as we see now, the Zerglings going to be streaming into the natural, the main base of Lamb and start targeting down the pylon. The Zealots, they might still get out though. The Zealots are going to get out just barely in time. Oh no!
This is kind of crazy.
Meanwhile, in the main base, Zealots targeting down drones one at a time. Shimmer down to 7 drones only. There is speed on the just finished up right now, so we can start to make short work of these Zealot in the main. But the problem is that we've lost a lot of our drones now. We've only got 7 mining, and we haven't got any money, and we've got more Zealots streamlining across the map to our base. We did get the pylon offline for a little bit, but a new pylon was made, so the production was only hampered for a moment there. So unfortunately, Lamb's going to be able to keep his production online, while Shimmer's going to be struggling to mine even, still trying to dance and drill this Zealot. Doing a good job of drilling that Zealot thus far. Shimmer does lose another drone now down to 6, still trying to pump 1 Ling at a time, still can't quite squeeze out enough minerals to make more. If only that Sunken was a little bit deeper, maybe this would all be averted.
I mean, he could have just killed the Zealots.
Oh, I agree. I agree. Next time, kill the 2 Zealots with the Lings.
This is crazy. We went for the 3-minute 30 base trade.
Now we're stuck between a rock and a hard place. We can't produce enough Lings with these drones, and we need to produce drones to make Lings. GG is called from Shimmer, unfortunately going to be tying up this series 1-all. A little bit of a mistake there, but could have been avoided. Maybe he can take it and close out the series in the game 3 and show us what he's made of.
That was wild. That was a wild decision to make. I like it though.
Definitely keeping things interesting. Really wanted to push his multitasking to the limit there.
Yeah, that's we don't block punches, we just punch back.
Well, I think he was kind of blocking the punches with his face a little bit by putting the Sunken that far forward. But besides that, I didn't mind the response. But it would have been a lot better, I think, and cleaner if we did just at least put some damage onto those 2 Zealots before continuing to run by.
Yeah. Yeah, initially it started off really well. We essentially half killed the first Zealot for free. It was just looking really good to start. Yeah, like you said, even the base trade wouldn't necessarily be that bad if we had the defensive Sunken in a better position and maybe even started just a few seconds sooner.
All right, well, we're going to be going into game number 3 on Retro between these 2 teams. Can Team Loveboat clinch it out? Can Shimmer get it together? Keep his head in the game. Try not to mold too much. Just keep your focus. Don't freak out. Don't freak out. Just keep playing.
Yeah, one thing I do know about Lamb and maybe a little bit about Shimmer is as far as like how they handle their losses. I do think Lamb does handle it a little bit better. He doesn't seem to be a very emotional player. So that may come into play here in Game 3, we'll see.
It's a bit of a long one, guys. I think we'll take a break after this game.
All right. Let's get right into it. Spawning in the bottom left on retro as your red Zerg, none other than Nom Lam, tying up the series in the last game with a beautiful 2-gate pressure build. Just barely clenching that game out, able to avoid disaster by avoiding the death trap of Shimmer's Lings on a brave and bold new mission to try and ignore the Zealots and discover new ways of thinking. And in the bottom right, man himself, who needs to just attack Zealots more often. It's Shimmer as the Blue Zerg. So interesting enough, Arzi, on this map, do you not think that it's a little bit Protoss favored in the sense of the geometry, the geography of how like the narrow expansions, the narrow bridge, the easy to take third, the jewel is basically a remake of Fighting Spirit, maybe slightly more balanced, but essentially the same thing, right? With the big wide open middle as well.
Yeah, I actually really like this map as Protoss against Zerg. I've done it a few times playing against Slayers, and yeah, I really enjoy the Protoss. Like the expansions feel really good. The only thing is maybe once you start getting like to a 4th and beyond, you start getting really spread out, and Zerg counterattacks can be really powerful when you start spreading out too much as Protoss.
And I like this from Lamb, going to be getting a little bit of greed here. I think he's got a good read on Shimmer's playstyle and knows he can always throw down this Nexus before cannon. Very unlikely to see too much early Zergling pressure from Shimmer, but these 6 Lings do snipe the probe and now are going to be en route, so gonna maybe having to throw down a second cannon, isn't he? But surprisingly, Shimmer was a little bit slow in moving out with those Zerglings. He can do a run by here and maybe even kill the cannon. 6 Lings can kill 1 cannon if there's no probe support, so is he gonna go for the run by or the cannon kill here, do you think?
I personally think going for the cannon is really strong here, because then you can just continue to rally Lings after.
Oh, Shimmer kind of bottles it a little bit though. Sees the 2 probes and thinks better of it. Knows that those probes can block those Lings and kind of force him to lose all of them for not much value as well. So going to be hesitating to push in there. Could have snuck between the Forge and Pylon, gone straight for a run by if he was a bit more confident there.
Yeah, and Lamb's wall is a bit out of whack, but to be fair, I had to practice walling on this map a lot. It can be a little bit complicated. Walling in the different spawns, it's not very intuitive. So I understand this mistake.
Yeah, how do you wall on this position, Arzi, or what have you found that works best for this?
Honestly, I'd have to run it back and look at it again. This was the one that I struggle with the most, actually, because I couldn't find a way to plug it without having 3 holes.
Isn't it the Forge on the bottom?
Yeah, so it's always Forge below Gateway. So you would want from the top the Gateway like 1 pixel down, so you can fit 1 Zealot, the Forge below that, and then your Pylon kind of on a wall. Unfortunately, if you do it there at that wall, the doodad is the little skeleton here on the bottom right, and it's just a little bit too far to the right. So it just makes it a little bit kind of... It essentially ends up being a little bit cockeyed, so you kind of have like a diagonal wall.
This strikes me as a really good position to Hydra Bust, because it's not only a horizontal expansion, but like you say, it does kind of have that awkward walling required.
Hey, thanks Spring for the sub, dude. I appreciate that, man. To to my other account. That's funny.
It's like Shimmer going to be making a sunken in the Sim City of his natural. Has some Lings to buffer against these 2 Zealots trying to pressure in at the front. Going to be getting Hydra speed on the way, but did make his 3rd hatchery in his natural and his 4th in his main. So playing a very like 2 base heavy macro style, similar to game number 1.
Yeah, very similar.
Is favoring. Yeah, maybe he's just trying to be really safe at dealing with. Maybe he's not so comfortable at dealing with pressure on his 3rd base early, and he's trying to like simplify the game state for himself to kind of make sure he can survive to that mid to late game phase more reliably.
Yeah, their builds are pretty much exactly the same as it was his first game. And even Lamb, we're once again doing the safety cannon. We're starting +1 in the Corsair after Citadel, so this is all like actually extremely similar to game 1.
Yeah, it's almost like they've telegraphed the same things to each other, and they're both picking the same responses to each other from game one. It looks like Shimmer might lose this Overlord though. The cannon's about to finish up and he's yet to move it, and once it gets shot it's going to move to the left towards the edge of the screen and not out of the way to the cliff edge. So this could be a little bit of a disastrous position for Shimmer here, losing this Overlord to the cannon, unfortunately for him. Oh, I don't think it's going to make it.
No.
No.
Corsair's coming out anyway.
But losing it that early is really painful. You don't expect to lose the Overlord that quick, so you're kind of Overlord stuck now. You kind of expect to lose the Overlord to the Corsair, but you have enough time that while the Overlord is dying to the Corsair, that the Overlord's at least starting to spawn in, and you haven't got that big of a gap of not being able to produce anything. But instead, it dying that quickly now going to be sticking him in a bit of a tough place. All these lava now unable to produce into anything.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point, because, yeah, if you're going to be getting supply blocker, once you start losing Overlords, you can queue them up, and they'll finish pretty soon after the Overlord dies. It's pretty true. Obviously, like you said, the cannon kills it much, much quicker, so...
Yeah, it does kind of hamper Shimmer's production a little bit, and you never really want to bank up 3 lava on each hatchery, because then you're kind of missing out on lava cycles. So a little bit unfortunate there on that Overlord timing, going to be affording Lamb a slight edge maybe. But currently the supplies are still looking pretty good for Shimmer. He's only 5 workers down and does have these 4 hatchery worth of production and double grades on the way with these dual evos. So going into this very interesting style is Shimmer. I kind of like it. It's kind of like a very safe 4-hatch Hydra, but with like a mid to late game focus with the early grades as well. Okay, so we have a lot of... Go on.
It's interesting to me that they have these, like, these are very unique builds, but they seem to be relatively mapped out, right? For them individually. Like, I think that's pretty cool. But yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, we do have the Hydras now trying to put on some pressure at the front. +1 is on the way and will not be able to be denied, because there's just too many Zealots for these Hydras to fight right now. And one thing that Shimmer might need to worry about is that we do have a couple of Corsairs in production. He is getting that +1 upgrade, so if he looks like he's queuing up more. Look, he's got more. Of course, he's going to be going up to way more Corsairs than I thought. What? He's getting armor? Wait. He's getting armor upgrade on his air as well?
That's
what
interesting.
What are we seeing right now?
So he can tank the Hydras more to kill more Overlords, I guess?
Yeah, what is this meta we're seeing? Oh, careful though, flying into the Hydras. It doesn't matter if you're researching armor if all your units are dead. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Really painful. And one of the reasons this hurts so much is Protoss. When you're investing this much, it's the gas that you're investing, right? So when you're investing 5 Corsair, getting 2 upgrades to your Corsair, and then they die without getting any value, this really hurts, because that gas could have been Templar, right? Templar, Goon, that kind of thing. So, yeah, that's kind of the thing about, like, double Stargate. When you see double Stargate, you are making that trade-off where you're going to have weaker late game tech, so you have to get value out of your Corsair. So this can definitely hurt in the long run a lot.
It's a lot of gas, right, RZ? Like, each Corsair is 100 gas. I mean, and he's researching upgrades for them. I mean, he's really slowing down his tech tree to even start to make these, right? Like, it's a big deal, like you say. It's not like something you can do, like, willy-nilly and throw them away like candy. It's going to hurt him.
While we have a little bit of a low, one thing I wanted to mention earlier that kind of slipped my mind concerning shield upgrades for carriers. The reason shield upgrades can actually be really good for carriers because when interceptors go back into the carrier, it refills their shields, right? So shield upgrades on interceptors does actually get extra value out of it for that reason. Just kind of like an extra little side thing.
That's interesting. Oh no, look, Ozzy, the Corsairs are going to be caught in the main base as well. Oh no. Lamb, not quite on top of his Corsairs. Might even lose this other one. Oh, this is really painful for him. This is a great pickup from Shimmer. Now the supplies are even after losing that little fleet of Corsairs.
Yeah.
Shimmer now be taking his 9 o'clock as his third. Getting that gas up and running. Is still getting quite heavy on his upgrades. 1-1 is just finished. He needs to start researching 2-2. Maybe throwing down his Queen's Nest soon as well. Going into Hive would be really good from here. Lurkers are also starting to morph in. Lurkers are great on this map. There is the tight chokes also do kind of help for Zerg as well. Like you can kind of set up these big lurker fields outside these bridges and kind of control the zones still pretty effectively as Zerg, even if the tight chokes do favor Protoss in terms of Storm overall.
Yeah. I would like to see Lamb cancel his +1 armor at this point, but it's probably slipped his mind. We've lost 5 or 6 Corsair now without getting a single Overlord. So this investment has not paid off for us, unfortunately.
Well, no, the Corsair did finish off that one Overlord that the
That was
cannon
going to
mostly
die
did.
anyway.
He was gonna die anyway. It helped a little bit, right? Like, I mean, that's at least what he'll be saying to his Protoss boss, you know, trying to convince him that they did their job.
Like, I did kill it half a second sooner.
We got these lurkers, like, meeting with the Zealots on the ramp, just going to be burrowing right next to them, and there's no observer, obviously, so a lot of splash damage going to be coming down onto those Zealots, and they will have to retreat. Ooh, the Zergling actually kind of keeping them in place, allowing these 4 Zealots to be mopped up. That one Zergling kind of paying dividends, 25 minerals for 400. That's a pretty good trade. And at the 9 o'clock position, Shimmer just going to be hammering down on this expansion. The Nexus does fall, and he could even morph a Lurker on this ramp if he wanted to bug out these Zealots coming from the south, but doesn't able to get that off. Instead, just going to be trading his Hydras. Would have been really nice to see a Lurker egg block on that ramp to shut this down.
I don't know if you saw it either. What makes this so painful, we actually transferred 12 probes, and we lost all of them during that push.
Ooh. Yeah, he's down to 29 workers right now to 47 drones. Shimmer did a good job of picking off the High Templar on the retreat as well, getting out there. At least he got out there with some of his forces and didn't lose them all. That's at least something. It's really important in StarCraft in general to try not to bleed off too many units unnecessarily.
And these Lurkers very annoyingly going to burrow in the 3rd base location now. We do have an observer coming up, so it won't be that bad, but almost lost the probe that came to rebuild the Nexus as well.
Yeah, at the very least going to be slowing down this Nexus from being placed and keeping the army pinned down in this location while Shimmer regains some map control of his own. Lurkers now moving back over to that 9 o'clock position. 4 Lurkers and 10 Hydras worth of support going to be coming in and trying to pick off these High Templars that are just chilling and not doing anything right now. If he can pick off... Oh no! Beautiful storms coming down on his Lurkers though. Shimmer doing a good job of moving those Lurkers out of position to the south ramp, but there's only a few Hydras left. Does get the Lurker burrow. There's only 3 Lurkers remaining. There's a large fleet of... large force of Hydras that got cleaned up in the south. But so far, Shimmer doing a good job of denying this 3rd base being placed at the very least.
Yeah, every second that we're denying this is pretty huge because Protoss will start mining out relatively soon. I guess the worker count's a little bit low right now, so we're not mining out our main, but we are going to be losing our natural relatively soon. So by the time his 3rd base goes up, we're going to be on like 1.5 bases economy, which is not ideal for Protoss at all.
No, not at all, RZ. We have 53 drones, and we're going to be getting into Hive now, so quite a big production going to be coming out of Shimmer. If he keeps throwing down macro hatcheries and expansions, it's going to be tough for Lamb going forward here. Looks like Shimmer really wants to push the issue here, flooding into the natural bridge area, trying to get on top of this High Templar with some Zerglings, forcing the storm onto his own Templar to try and clean that up. So far, doing a fairly good job of reducing the Templar gas-heavy support units of the Protoss, but is thinning out his own Hydra force in doing so. So Shimmer is kind of drying up in terms of his own infantry. He needs to be careful not to open himself up to counter-attack opportunities here.
Yeah, we don't want to bleed off too much, too inefficiently, because, like you said, even though Lamb's eco is really far behind, he does have a high supply count right now, considering how low the probe count is. So a standing army is much, much larger than Shimmer's.
Yeah, the one thing going for us is our Sim City and Sunkens, but we don't have any defensive lurkers at this natural position right now. There is Zealots about to streamline into it as well. There is a drone drill. Beautiful drone. Oh, no, he doesn't drill. I thought he was going to drill that. That would have been sick. I thought he was going to drill with those drones, and I was about to go nuts. Looks like those drones do evacuate instead to the 3rd base location from Shimmer. There's some lurkers still on that ramp up there, so going to be doing a good job of cleaning up most of these forces that are trying to attack him, actually. So not going to be taking any damage unnecessarily thus far. There is still more units coming out from Lamb. He's still trying to put the pressure on while taking this 3rd base. Nexus has finished, but he's yet to transfer any probes. Seems like he's kind of tunnel visioning a little bit, seeing an opportunity to put on some pressure on this maybe get on top of the production. Beautiful storm in the middle, going to be clearing up so many Hydra. Wow, 8 kills for that High Templar. Beautiful value for his storm. He's going to go home a happy chappy. Freeze Hydras do try and run by and get the snipe on that High Templar though, so he's not going to go home and tell his family about that storm anytime soon.
Yeah, it seems like Lamb's like really eager to kind of push. He understands that he's behind, I believe, so he's trying to get some damage done. We are forgetting about units that are 3rd, which may not be a whole lot right now, but it would be pretty huge in like these small skirmishes. Unfortunately,
absolutely.
With 5 Sunkens and a Lurker up on this ramp and it being bottlenecked here, this base looks extremely difficult to break.
Yeah, I don't think he should be trying to attack this base. I feel like he should have been sieging the natural, if
I agree.
anything, and containing the natural production, because there's so many hatcheries that are coming out from that bottom right location. So if he does contain it, that's the majority of the Zerg's production under control. So we do have Crackle online now for Shimmer, so these Zerglings have just shot up in their value, going to be making a hard job for these zealots to be able to chew through them. It's absolutely just decimating most of those zealots and High Templars, reducing the force of Lamb over and over again, preventing him from ever reaching a critical mass required to break through one of these bases.
Yeah, we finished Cracklings, but we just finished +2 armor for the Zealots, and we don't have +1 attack for the Lings, so they're actually only doing 2 damage to Zealots once they break through the shields right now. So they will be trading relatively efficiently until the +1 finishes. Oh,
Beautiful storm comes down on those Hydras. All of them are dying in short order. It needs to be more macro from Shimmer. It needs to be turning these lava into units non-stop to make sure we can keep on top of this Protoss production. Also needs to be getting a 4th base soon, does Shimmer. The Protoss is now on 3 base, so he isn't quite mining with full saturation, but we don't know that. We need to be thinking about growing as well behind this. We do have our tech online right now. We have Crack, we have what is it? 2-1 upgrades now finished for Shimmer. Just +1 melee about to finish any second now as these Zerglings are chewing through the Protoss armor of these Zealots. Again, I would love to see a drone drill, but it's okay. As long as the drones are transferring and getting to mining, I'm happy with that too. But it looks like Shimmer is going to be expanding into the top right. He has 2 drones up here. In fact, he had a drone up here already to expand, but then sent another one. I think he forgot about the first drone he had up here.
Interestingly enough, when the dust settles after all of the fighting on both sides, our economy is pretty much dead even right now. Like, Shimmer does have the bigger drone count, but he's not going to be out mining hardly because we just need more bases to put all those drones out.
Yeah, 51 drones and like your natural's mined out. It's time to take our base, so it's going to be good if he does. He's taking the gas before he bets to that. Put the hatchery down first, Shimmer. What are you doing? Oh, look, do you not think that this is quite characteristic of Lamb? He makes big rounds of High Templars. Like, he makes like 8 all at once.
Yeah, he's done this several times now.
Yeah, so he has like a round of Zealots, round of Templars. So there is this like kind of phase where the High Templars are kind of naked and don't have much protection. Maybe Shimmer could abuse this. He does try to get in the back with 3 Hydras to start sniping off High Templars, but the Beautiful Storm does come out to clear up 2 of them. And so far, like, unfortunately, oh no, but he storms his own Templar, unfortunately. Lamb needs to be careful. He's got so many Templars, almost too much Templar to handle. Maybe he wants to morph one of them into an Archon, I don't know. 2 of them do have really low energy. But more and more Hydras coming into the middle from Shimmer, but no Lurker support or anything else. We need some Cracklings to support this. Trying to bleed off as many of these High Templars is Shimmer, but some good Storms from Lamb going to be shutting down most of those plays, but all but 2 High Templars do remain. So Shimmer did do a good job of reducing that, but lost a lot of Hydras for his effort. And he is kind of mineral starved right now, so those Hydras are actually a bigger investment than he would usually be.
That self-storm felt a little bit personal. I feel like the Templar are kind of getting back at the Zealots for never being there to protect them.
Yeah, maybe that's it. I mean, Zealots are really bad at protecting High Templars. That's kind of why you see Pros players like adding more and more Dragoons, not just to deal with the Lurkers, but also just to protect the High Templars. Those poor bastards. 2 Lurkers going to be burrowing in the range of an Observer, unfortunately, so those 2 Lurkers will be going down in short order.
Oh no.
Ling's going to be taking out the High Templar from behind, but I don't think that Shimmer's going to die anytime soon, but this 4th base is really late from him, so he's really slowed down his production during this phase. Could even maybe double expanded into the top right. He has enough drones to keep the pressure and keep himself safe, but needs to be growing in his own macro and economy.
Yeah, the skirmishes are going relatively even. Nobody's really getting like a supply lead. It's pretty much stayed the same. So it's going to come down to economy at this point, if this is how it continues to go. And just at this rate, with Shimmer taking his 4th, it is going to favor Shimmer in the long run.
Yeah, it's a war of attrition going on right now, and with the Protoss starting to become mined out, he's only on 1 base economy himself. So if Shimmer does get this base online in the top right and transfer drones to it soon, he's going to kind of surge ahead in the war of attrition with Lamb here. Right now it is kind of even. Like, even though Shimmer is ahead, like, Lamb's kind of holding on just barely by the skin of his teeth, but that's going to change really soon. Shimmer's production is going to shoot up in value now once that Protoss is mined out, reduced to 1 base economy, and Shimmer can get the transfer of drones up into this top right.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind because we have so much gas. This is one of the matchups as Protoss that if you do a big Templar like round for a gas dump, it can be really good for just to go heavy on Archons, especially once we're in the lean phase like we are right now. Instead of maybe going like the 10 or so Templar moving out at a time, like, you know, throw in 2 or 3 Archons, that they can tank Lings really, really well, and their AoE just kind of melts through them really, really quickly.
Yeah, I think Archons can be a great way of soaking up very Ling-heavy armies, especially in the late games. Especially if we haven't got anything like Reavers and we're not playing Turtle, we definitely need to be doing something like that. Looks like the probes are going to have to evacuate this third, though, as the Hydra's getting on top of them. And GG is called. Shimmer picking up the first win for Team Loveboat.
Nice. I was a bit torn on that one. Shimmer is a teammate, but I have a connection with Lamb, you know?
You have a connection with Lamb? Because you're both Protoss, or is there something else going
on?
on?
He was on my CPL team, so I coached him a lot there.
Ah.
Well, I gotta take a leak, guys. Can we take a 5-minute break?
Absolutely.
Good.
Your audio is cut.
Nice. How are things? I heard some people were complaining a little bit at one point about music or something at the start, and then about 720p being the limit.
On your YouTube?
No, on his
on his
Twitch.
Okay.
I'm gonna smoke up then. Feedback on the cast, Ozzy?
You're doing great.
I bounced you a few times and don't get the bounce back.
I said go ahead. What more do you want from me?
Well, if you don't want to say something, cue me in at least. Like, have a sound or something you say to like cue me in that you're acknowledging what I said, but you want me to keep talking.
Okay. I won't tell you what it's gonna be though. You're gonna have to figure it out. I mean, I feel like so far I haven't had any issues. I don't think. But you feel like I do, huh?
Not issues, just like a few times I bounce the floor to you, and you don't pick up the ball.
Oh, maybe I just didn't notice then. I just didn't notice. That's all it is then. Because as far as I know, every time you've told me, I've been good.
Well, put it this way: if I was the last person to talk and I'm not talking, I'm waiting for you to talk.
Oh, well then you're making a mistake. Look, I'm not as good as saying. I don't know what you want from me.
That's all good.
You find out. What did you say to me earlier? Chill, man. It will be relaxed cast. Well, that's not relaxing at all, John. Apparently, I have to perform 24/7. Okay, I'll be right back too.
Okay. You here, Cookie? Hey, Cookie. You good, Cookie?
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi. Didn't see you there.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello. Surprised to see you here.
Looks like I was wrong about Jimmer maybe getting emotional after that second game. Pretty much played the exact same game as game 1.
Yeah, he was a little bit slow with his expansion timing. He's getting his 4th up and going. That would have been a lot better for him. But other than that, yeah, more or less same game.
Yeah, I love the we're like hurting for minerals when we start our geyser before our 4th hatchery.
I know, that was nuts.
It's always like my favorite thing about like this level of players is just the decision making. I always want to know like what exactly was the thought process.
I think the thought process is I need that eventually, so I'm gonna make it now, so I don't have to do it later.
Yeah, it was I don't have money for the hatchery, but I have it for the gas, and I'm gonna need both, so I might as well start this one.
Oh man,
I love it.
Love to see it.
I can at least like I do understand the thought process of the Lings running past the zealots. Like oh, if I just go kill the pylon, he can't make any more zealots, and then I can win. Like I think that was the thought.
And yeah, to be fair, like maybe he kills the pylon right before those 2 zealots pop, and it looks different.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we still lost all of our drones, so but I don't know. I guess the thing was those 2 zealots bugged out the AI a lot, so the probes were able to kill everything.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
That's what one of the most annoying thing about fighting zealots in that situation is even if you micro it, it's hard to get them to do what you want them to do.
Yeah, like definitely for me, especially when I play BGH and I'm against like multiple 9 pulls or something. If I have like 1 zealot in my mineral line, I feel invincible against Zerglings.
It kind of goes that way, yeah. Yeah, mineral lines are like death trap for Lings.
Yeah.
Whereas Zealot has so much HP, they don't care as much about going deep into mineral lines.
Yeah, not too bad.
Hey guys, I hosted up again.
Alright.
How dare you?
AK might jump in at some point.
Nice, nice.
Yeah, I'll go eat when he does that then.
We can try cast.
Nope. I'm a 2-man only kind of guy.
Very monogamous of you. You want me all to yourself, is that it?
No. What's up, Dustin? Calling some news. We're casting right now.
What's up, Dustin? Are we live or not?
Not yet.
All right. How do you say his name? Tekajapu? I don't want
We just call everyone just calls him Tech.
All right. Does anyone know how to pronounce his name?
Tachometer?
Hmm?
Who are we talking about?
Tekapu.
I got it.
But is it a silent J? Is it like Tekapu?
No.
Like take a poo? But Tekapu.
I think it's the Kochpa.
Tekachpa. Doesn't sound right.
No, I just made it up. But it sounds like maybe.
Tekapu sounds like it could be a thing, but
Yeah. Heck it is.
yeah,
All right.
Tekamic.
Yeah, how do you say this?
Mika.
979?
Just call him Mika. Mika.
You guys will be live right now.
Alright, partner. Keep on rolling, baby. You know what time it is. Going into game number 2 between the Love Boat and Rocket Raiders. Gonna be having Mika Terran going up against Tech. Let's get into it. Spawning in the top left as the red Terran, none other than your boy Mika Terran. And his opponent in the top right as the blue Protoss is Nomtech. What's your predictions for this game, Ozzy? Think you see anything crazy?
I don't know either of these players at all, so I have essentially no prediction.
But take a guess.
My
Spin
guess
the
is
roulette
going to
wheel of
be
possibilities.
Proxy Scouts.
Oh, proxy scouts. It's pretty low probability, Ozzy, but you're a gambling man. Maybe you like playing the outside odds. I can see it. All right, so going to be seeing an in-base supply depot and depot, so nothing too crazy out of these players thus far. Going to be giving you a little ×2 speed cast, so I might have to talk a little bit faster, think a little bit faster, but that's no worries here. Going to be having a very quick 11 racks, so if we see a 12 gas timing from Mika, it can be very super standard. Yes, we do see that, and we see... Ozzy, why don't you talk a little bit about what the Protoss player's doing right now? What are your timing predictions for what he's going to want to do?
Well, what do you mean what he's going to want to do?
Well, like get gateway at 10, gas at 12,
I'm gonna-
at 13.
I'm going to tell you something that might disappoint you. I just make probes until it's time to do it. Like, until I have the money to do it. Pretty much it.
Okay,
So maybe
Snow's right about you, Ozzy. I'm just kidding.
yeah, I don't actually... The only thing that I know is, like, so the only variations I have, or, like, the only, like, what's the word? Supply knowledge I have is, like, the 23 Nexus, or if I go, like, Rangeless Nexus at, like, 21 or 22, like, that kind of thing.
That's fair enough. Very relative way of playing, but I think it also can be strong, giving you good habits and good triggers to do things at certain times, regardless of the game state and supply count. Going to be throwing down that factory instantly and cutting off all production from his Gasix, all but one, so he can eventually afford that CC. Now, he's going to be taking a lot of harass from this probe, and he hasn't pulled his SCV yet to help deal with this. Do you think he's going to get this probe down with his SCV with some micro? He does pull it off and replace it with a healthier one, but the Marine's going to come off and eventually be able to bully that away. But I always wonder, like, is there actually enough timing for the probe to kill that SCV if the Marine's still coming out, but he doesn't send an SCV to repair?
Like the one that he was already hitting?
Yeah. Like, is there enough timing for the probe to kill the SCV before the Marine's out in those situations?
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. A lot of it can depend on, like, the RNG, right? Like, if the SCV is dancing across the building over and over again, then obviously that can screw you on getting the SCV. But if it sits still, and it did sit still a fair amount, then it absolutely could have finished it in time.
Mm-hmm. And look at this, Ozzy. We're going to see a second gateway from the Protoss player, interestingly enough, before the expansion. What do you feel about this? Do you feel like he wants to put on some pressure at the front here? Absolutely.
If you go 2-gate, you have to get some amount of damage, and there actually is a lot of potential here because there's only 2 Marines out right now without a 3rd Marine. And we're actually getting the SCV first, which is fine. Like, actually, yeah, I would say that's the right call even. Oh, we actually missed a shot. That's incredibly unlucky.
It's a 1 in 255 chance, right, Ozzy?
Yeah. Okay, so we got the Marine, and there's not another Marine in production, so the 2-gate can definitely pay off pretty huge here. You have to get damage when you go 2-gate, because if you go 2-gate and you aren't killing SCVs or forcing a lot of repair, picking off tanks, that kind of thing, then you're just incredibly far behind because of your Nexus timing. But this is this is ideal right now. Like, the tank's halfway done right now. We're delaying the Expo. We need to be getting ready to take our natural, but we're actually going Robo before our Nexus even. So we're just going full-on aggression here.
Is this so he can drop an elevator these goons into the main base after Terran has resecured his natural, do you think? Is he going to get a shuttle right away?
Yeah, he should go shuttle right away, and a Reaver behind it, but I actually don't mind, like you said, an elevator play. As long as we don't bleed off too many goons. We do bleed off one goon here, which hurts pretty bad.
It's a great pick-off of Mika Terran skirmishing out with that tank, taking 2 shots to finish it off. It was on really low HP already, that Arc-Light cannon making short work of it. Great pick-off, being able to get rid of one of those Dragoons. SCV Scout going into the main base, going to be confirming exactly what's going on. So Mika... Oh, actually, he doesn't see the Robo! He doesn't see the Robo!
Wow.
He did not see the Robo! And he sees okay. So what? So as the Terran player here, what are you thinking? You see 2 gateway. You just see the Nexus starting now. Are you suspecting DTs?
Yeah, you would think DT at this point. One thing that's worrying me about Mika right now is, okay, we're just now starting siege mode. A late siege like this is really, really dangerous against 2-gate if you just continue to make and rally goons nonstop. But yeah, like you said, because we didn't see the Robo, he actually should be, like, the natural conclusion would be to be suspicious of DT.
Right.
And we actually have second factory, so I don't think it's really registering.
Now. There's only 3 SCVs repairing. He might get this bunker killed. The SCVs are coming desperately off the line. The side disruptor shot's too much for them to handle. Does get the kill on that bunker. 2 Marines fall down in short order as well. There's currently 8 SCVs off the line. 1 bites the dust. There is only 2 tanks. Siege mode's just about to finish, but it's not quite in time. The Dragoons could run in now and pick off some SCVs before that becomes a factor. So Tech might get quite a lot of SCV kills before these tanks can siege up and stabilize. Tanks do start to siege now, but a lot of SCVs have gone down already. Dragoons start to shuffle down to the safety of that mineral line, start to hammer away at that command center. Probably going to force off a liftoff here. If he doesn't, he might lose that command center.
Yeah, this is really good by Tech. This is kind of how you want to do it. If you force the siege away like this, then you need to dance outside of siege mode. We are staying a little bit too far up, and we're getting pelted by the siege shots here and losing our goons. But he could have, like, danced behind the minerals. And even if you lose a couple goons while doing it, it's fine. Like, our natural's up, and we're actually up 5 workers now, so this is the kind of damage that I was saying we needed to get. We actually went for Observer, so it wasn't even full aggression. We didn't go Reaver, we didn't go Shuttle. It's just really quick Observer. I will say, when you open 2-gate, you don't need fast Observer. You automatically have control of their front, you're forcing them to go tanks.
Yeah, and they can't really get vultures to lay mines out on the map anyway,
exactly.
Right? So going to be cleaning up all of those Dragoons, 6 SCVs, all of them pretty battered and bruised, but still able to function in their little SCV suits. Going to start mining those minerals with their fusion cutters and getting some on gas too. So currently 2 factories with 2 machine shops, getting that engineering bay for some turrets soon. And here comes the Observer into the main base from Tech to confirm exactly what's going on inside this main base of this Terran player, while he's also at home building quite a healthy count of probes, currently up to 31 probes to 26 SCVs, definitely favoring the Protoss in this scenario.
Yeah, for sure. This actually paid off pretty well. Yeah, if he had gone Reaver or DT behind this, it would have been a really tough situation for Mick, because we are really late on the eBay because of all their pressure and stuff, but all in all, it's still like a good trade from Tech. We could be seeing a third go down at this point. Whenever I see like a bunch of siege tanks and there's no vultures and stuff, you can feel pretty comfortable taking your third. And we're gonna get the turret ring going up, and when you see that, also, like, if you see tanks and the turret ring early, then you know you're not gonna be pressured by much of a, like, not much of a force anytime soon, so
right.
You can be kind of greedy.
It does kind of telegraph the Terran just wants to turtle up, and he's investing so many minerals in all these turrets. You kind of know there's not going to be a big swell of vultures and factories anytime soon, so the likelihood of him wanting to attack you is very slim. And
we're going like a full turret ring, like all the way around our natural and everything as well.
Yeah, and there is still 2 observers inside. One tries to get out, is not going to be able to find. I like these 2 turret placements. I think it's just barely perfect where the observer can't slip between the 2 turrets.
Yeah, I think it is.
It's a really nice turret placement there. Going to be getting his academy so that he can eventually get comsats online as well. It doesn't have a lot of information, does Mika. Currently contained in his base with these Dragoons. While you're contained, you kind of are forced to make tanks and think defensively, whereas when the Dragoons are on the other side of the map, you can make vultures and think more aggressively. So currently going to be making mainly tanks now, only starting to produce his vultures as an afterthought. If he can squeeze out these vultures out onto the map, that will be huge for him to confirm this third base timing and start to laying mines around the map for harass and spotting will be really important for him. He probably will not be able to push anytime soon or think that he can. He is going up into 4 factory production, so eventually he will, but will be throwing down that command center in base. Meanwhile, to float over, does manage to get those vultures out onto the map. 5 vultures laying down some mines on that ridge line. Now moving into the natural position of the Protoss player, setting up some mines there. Going to be confirming the third base, but it is nicely defended with some cannons and dragoons, so not going to be finding any damage there, but we'll start to traverse around the map and scout these other positions, make sure he knows what's what, make sure there's no greedy 4th base coming out of the Protoss. if he did see a fourth base, he maybe would need to increase his push timing to put some more pressure onto the Protoss and punish the greed. But as you can see right now, there is only just a third base coming online for the Protoss now, while his own third CC is finishing. So he's probably not too uncomfortable with his position right now, but little does he know, there's a very strong Protoss production behind this, currently ahead 40 supply.
Yeah, I would actually say, as Mick, you're actually not super unhappy with the situation right now. Like, the beginning trade went really, really poorly for you, and he took a third before getting information. This could be dangerous because if it was like a super greedy Protoss, if he was taking a really early fourth, we wouldn't be able to punish. But in this case, we went third CC, and we see that his Nexus finished just a little bit before our CC, so this is actually probably the best situation for Mick, considering how the opening went.
Yeah, from what he can see, he's probably feeling quite okay with his game state. He might still be in a little bit of trouble if he does try and take this third base too early, though. He needs to be careful. There is still some mines out on the map to kind of slow down the push and give him some warning that it's on the way and coming, but it doesn't really matter if you haven't got enough tanks set up right. You kind of just get swallowed whole by this huge flood of zealots that could come out from the Protoss player, and he has got a lot of gateways online already, pumping out 6 gateway production this entire time while teching up into arbiters.
Yeah, and we did go 6-back for Mick. The only thing I would like to see, maybe an adjustment, is while we're preparing to take our third off of our macro, is just continued SCV production from all 3 command centers, so we can just get a full transfer without losing any eco when we're ready for our third. It's something I like to see Terrans do when they take their early third CC, or whenever they take their third CC. If they're not ready to take the base, it's okay to just continue to pump SCVs out of it.
Yeah, that makes sense. I like that a lot as well, where like they kind of delay it as long as possible, just use it as like a big supply depot and a SCV producer for a while, and then floating over when they're finally ready. I think it's a much smarter option, especially in situations where you know the Protoss hasn't taken a fourth base and could have quite a big, large army to challenge you. I do like this kind of siege line he's setting up, keeping fairly tucked in to this cliff as he goes up to this third base. Kind of what you want to do as Terran, keep your tanks as tucked in against the terrain as possible. Yeah. Ooh, a mine taking out a Dragoon on this ridge line, so looks like both players are going to be setting up to potentially skirmish at this location. I don't think the Protoss will want to attack into that right this second, but he might be gearing up to do that soon. There isn't currently that many vultures out on the map, so a huge flood of zealots could overwhelm this.
Yeah, I would like to see a minefield go up. It's a little bit dangerous for him to have come out and not set up a minefield yet, in case he was getting attacked, because at this point he sees that Protoss is still only on 3 base. So when you're going on 3 bases, Terran against a 3 base Protoss, and it's been this long that he's on 3 base, you do have to worry a little bit about a big army flood, but luckily for him it did not come. And right now he should be feeling relatively comfortable. He sees that the 4th base, right, we see this, yeah. So we see the 4th base is now coming down, and he's mining on a 3rd. When you're Terran on even bases in TVP, you're very, very happy with that.
Yeah, I would say he feels very comfortable in his game state right now. He's just going to be teching up to 2-1 upgrades, getting his EMP online. We got vessels in production. The Protoss player, meanwhile, will be pumping out 2 Stargates worth of arbiters at a time. Does have quite a lot of resources tech, so could be getting his production more and more potent as time goes on. Does have currently 8 gateways worth of production.
And we actually scanned and saw the arbiters.
That's actually quite huge.
That's huge.
He saw the arbiters. Yeah.
Yeah, if we can defend recalls, right, and we're staying on 3 base and we're defending recalls, then, because that's the only thing that Mick would have to worry about at this point, is whatever is going to be coming to attack him, right? So we see that it's not carrier, we see the arbiter, so we can prep for arbiter, and if we stop that, we're going to be very, very comfortable. He's actually getting ready to set up mines, it looks like, with the vultures in the main.
Yeah, and with that science vessel popping out of the Stargate, he was able to pick off that observer that was just chilling in his main as well, so that's going to help him out in shutting down any kind of anti-recall being spotted by the Protoss player to help decide where to recall. So it's going to make it a little bit harder for the Protoss player to decide exactly where to go with these recalls in a little bit.
Yeah, and this tank spread with the supply blocks and everything is really, really nice.
Yeah, this is kind of like reminiscent of similar how like you would see like Flash play back in the day and like really try to like utilize like more of his structures out in the tank lines to try and mitigate as much surface area as possible and deny the zealots from getting too much value.
Yeah, and Mick's just scanning bottom left as well to make sure there's no hidden bases, so he sees that we're on 4 base only right now still. I'm glad he did that because like there wasn't anything there, but I'm glad he didn't just assume that there was nothing across the map, because it would drastically change the way he needs to play the game if there was.
We do have 2-1 about to finish up for Mika Terran here, and 2-1 is on the way for Tech, but it's only like halfway done, so a little bit behind in those grade timings. And it looks like he's getting air weapons, so might be seeing a carrier switch at some point here. As we do have a fleet beacon in a top right, it is going to be carriers.
Yeah, even if you're not building the carriers right away, it's still like not a bad idea. Like starting +1 attack, like that's really cheap, and if they scan it, they'll see carrier tech, and a lot of times they'll start dropping a bunch of Goliath without seeing any carrier, and it actually can weaken their army composition for relatively no cost for you as the Protoss. And it's just always good to have that in the back pocket once you're getting to late game and your bank is getting pretty big.
Interestingly enough, hasn't actually started those carriers like you said. Is getting the interceptor capacity upgrade as well though, so
Started our first carrier.
Definitely will be considering going into carriers. Yeah, we do have the first one going, like
Arbiter
you said, but only
coming in.
2 Stargates. Do you think that he maybe should have built more Stargates? He has so many resources, I feel like we needed more Stargate
Gonna
production.
recall at the natural.
Wow. I had enough energy for more, but it didn't actually able to get off anything. Could have stasis something, or at least stasis the science vessel or some tanks. But quite a lot of damage done, and we'll get some of these tanks for his trouble as well. I'm not sure how many SCVs died, but he's down to 49 against 67 pros. I would say that's definitely a decent amount of damage. But do you not think that the Terran should just attack now?
100% Terran should go now. Terran's close to max. We have 2-1. Like we just killed 2 arbiters, so like we know the arbiter count's probably low. Like you scan ahead, which is we're scanning right now. Okay, that's exactly what he did. So he's scanning ahead and moving out. This is 100% the correct call from Nick. I love scanning ahead before he walks up to the ramp too.
Yeah, you definitely want to scout both to clear locations and make sure that you're safe to move there, and also try and locate and pin down exactly the location of the Protoss army. It's starting to engage though, only with a tiny portion of his army, so it's actually a good fight for Tech right now, clearing up some of this Terran force before the rest is in position. This is actually really bad for Mika right now. He's lost so much of his army kind of for free. There is still a lot of Terran in the back line though, so maybe there's enough here, I don't know. The Dragoons are just shuffling forward into the tanks. He's lost so many Dragoons, so much blue blood on that ridge line. GG called by Tech. He lost too much infantry there.
Yeah, the thing here was Tech. He was just floating a lot of money. We don't have a whole lot of production. We only have 8 gateways right now. We floating 6.5k minerals, and yeah, just not enough production ready to stop the push, unfortunately. Huh.
Wow. Going to be taking game number 1 in a rather bizarre way there, because he did start bleeding off like quite a lot of his forces unnecessarily. I feel like the Protoss player maybe should have disengaged after that first fight, and then maybe because he did have some units at his rally point, maybe could keep trying to refill his army over and over again after skirmishing down the initial tanks. Might have at least had a fighting chance, but like you said, definitely not spending his money fast enough, and took way too long getting those carriers online. So really good push timing from Mika Terran there, punishing Tech.
Yeah, that's the thing. The Terran did a really good job identifying that it was time to go. Like, right as we said it, like, he stopped the double recall, right? And then it was, as soon as I said it, I was like, he needs to scan ahead and go, and that's exactly what he did. So he made the correct call there 100%. So that was actually pretty good killer instinct.
Yeah, definitely a really good trigger for the Terran player there to make sure he could just put the nail in the coffin on that Protoss player while he had the chance, not giving him a time to get those carriers out and to refill his army after losing those units from the recall.
We're playing on Lights Out next.
Alright, well it might be lights out for Tech if he doesn't get his stuff together.
How do you feel about this map? I actually kind of like this map.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty nice map. I mean, what's not to like about it? It's pretty much circuit breakers. Everyone used to like circuit breakers. Nice little macro kind of orientated map.
The only thing for me is this tile set. I don't know what it is. I have a mental block against this tile set, and I cannot play as well.
Well, we do have spawning in the bottom left on this map lights out as the blue Protoss currently disintegrating to that huge Terran wall that had pushed across that ridge line. It's none other than Tech and his opponent in the top right. Looking pretty frosty, looking pretty clean. It's Mika Terran as the red guy. What's your predictions? Cross map? Anything crazy?
I predict that Tekka's gonna go 2-gate again. I think it's gonna be the wrong call, but we'll see if he proves me wrong. It might be because I actually see a lot of kind of the lower MMR Protosses do tend to lean into the 2-gate a little bit more. But I personally would like to see he's gonna see his cross spawn, right? So I like doing a rangeless expand against cross spawn typically.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see.
I guess he might not be trying to adjust his build too much from what he's seeing right now. Trying to do a little bit of a probe harass, reducing that SCV down to 40 HP. He needs to be careful though. Marine Gun is bullying that probe out into the natural. Does see the factory being planted, and gas is actually still being mined from Mika temporarily, although I'm not sure if that was a mistake or if he was trying to telegraph to the probe that maybe there's some pressure coming out, but he does eventually take those workers off gas. He does have a lot of gas banked up as a result. I don't think he intended to do that. I think there was a slightly optimization issue. SCV does get into the main base, going to be seeing that range on the way before the Dragoon picks it off and also confirms the second gateway is in production.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's kind of what I expected to see. And yeah, I think you're right. I think it was just he was chasing the probe around and forgot to take off the gas. It does tend to happen. So once again, we're going to need to see the same thing from Tech here. Because we're 2-gate, we have to get some damage in. And this time, Mick was much better on his bunker timing, so it's going to be way more difficult to get in with our goons and do damage this time. The correct response to this when you scout 2-gate is you want to start siege mode very quickly. And there it is. So Mick already adjusting like way better to the same opener. This favors him much more than the first game.
Yeah, and he's got these 2 SCVs ready to repair for these 2 Dragoons hitting him, nicely set up from Mika, and he has another 2 SCVs lined up for the next 2 Dragoons arriving, so he's kind of got this mapped out in his head a little bit, understanding that these Dragoons are going to be arriving in pairs, and he does need to have the SCVs required to repair that right away. And I like how he's only repairing with 3, because he understands that if he over repairs, he'll have to keep resetting it. One thing you can do as Protoss is deliberately stop shooting with your Dragoons and let them fully repair it and then go back to shooting it. Maybe they're distracted and don't notice that you did that. Oh, it's like now, it's not being repaired. Oh, okay, he's on top of it. Okay, he gets it. Siege Tank is on the cliff right now, shelling these Dragoons. They will retreat, but not before losing 1. So a nice little win there for Mika, just barely holding and also picking up a Dragoon kill for his effort.
Yeah, and so I want you guys to like look at the situation. This is kind of what I mean about 2-gate. So we open 2-gate, and when you're Protoss, you typically want to be ahead in workers. So right now we're down 5 workers, and he's producing off of 2 command centers before we even have our Nexus, and this Nexus actually, like the timing on this wasn't even that bad for a 2-gate opener. This is why you have to get damage, and you put a lot of pressure on yourself, but it's very difficult if Terran just responds correctly, right? If they just get the bunker on time, they go straight to tank and siege mode, and you're just behind. And a good counter to this as Terran, if someone opens 2-gate, you can actually do a relatively early push. Essentially, if you do a push timing that's going to hit around the time they'd want to take their 3rd, you're so far ahead as Terran, it's very easy to just kind of bulldoze through the Protoss.
Yeah, isn't there some issue that the Protoss player continuously produced Dragoons off of those 2 gateways during that time, and that is the counter to the Terran push that you're talking about? Yeah,
so that's kind of what I mean about, you kind of want to do it, you kind of want to confirm the 3rd base. A way you can do this is you can safely go into drop play as well against this build. It does mean your push wouldn't be as strong, but typically they're going to be behind, so either they're really heavy on army, like you said, on 2 base, or they're taking a 3rd base in the drop. They start getting stretched pretty thin relatively early, considering their bad economy. So the drop's good for scouting and potentially getting some damage to set you up for your follow-up push.
Right, that makes sense. How do you feel about the way he's doing it, whereas he's not just doing 3-gate obs, he's doing 4-gate obs?
It only really works to do this if you're getting hit with a timing push. If you're not getting hit with a timing and you're going like low eco into this heavy gateway style, then your economy is just so incredibly far behind, it gets really hard to keep up with Terran.
Right, so do you think he's maybe kind of anticipating that there would be a counter push out of Mika, and that he's kind of hoping that there'll be like a full factory push that he will then be able to punish?
It's possible. Like, after that opener, you kind of have to take a risk as Protoss, right? You can either A, go for that and hope to catch a timing push, or B, just be really greedy and hope that you don't get hit with a timing push, right? You essentially end up having to flip a coin after the opener is so bad for you.
Well, we do have the 4th factory from Mika, so that does kind of smell like a bit of aggression. Does have the 1 armory finishing up with +1 weapons all the way, and a turret ring to boot. So I'm curious. Yeah, maybe he will go for like a 10-minute sort of push timing that might be able to be punished if Tech does continuously produce units off these 4 gateways this entire time. Scan does go down. Is currently trying to check around the map to see what's what. Does scan the main base and see the observatory and some of the gateways, but I don't think his scans were accurate enough to see the exact gateway count.
Looks like we are going for 3rd command center. We're moving out with vultures, so this is also like this is kind of what I mean, right? Mix not going for the timing push here, and his 3rd command center is ahead of the 3rd nexus, and this is just absolutely horrible for Protoss.
Yeah, now that he's got these vultures out on the map, this just screams horrible, right? As well,
Yeah.
like we have no map control, like we have goons out of position that
Gonna
can't
find
go
the 3rd.
home. It's going to get into the 3rd and deny that potentially as well. Like, oh, this just feels like horrible for Protoss, no?
Yeah, this is really bad for Protoss.
Oh, that Nexus. Oh, cannons, he needs to kill the cannons, so they might warp in before he has time to kill that Nexus. He actually might save this base, but not before getting some of these cannons sniped off.
Yeah, the only thing I would like to have seen is some safety mines behind the vultures, so you know when to retreat. Because bleeding off all of these vultures, this is this is a way that TOS can get back into it. We're conceding a bunch of map control. Ooh, that mine got a couple guns at least. But yeah, we're kind of conceding our map control that we just got, essentially for no reason. Just if we have the mines laid down behind, we can harass them, distract them, kill the cannons like he did, and then leave without losing any vultures. It's still fine for Mick, like he's still in a really good position. Just maybe a little bit better optimization.
Yeah, some of those vultures still had 1 or 2 mines apiece that
Yeah.
could have just laid a nice little field behind them and at least slowed that down and given him a trigger to evacuate and protect most of the lives of those vultures and retain his map control. As it stands, though, going to be taking a lot of damage on this 3rd CC that's currently unprotected. There's no
Yeah, we're not
vultures out.
reacting.
Yeah, this is actually potentially quite bad. I don't think he'll lose the CC if he's quick enough, but it's still really annoying for him to allow this to happen.
Ooh, these Dragoons just walked through a minefield. We just lost 3 more goons.
Yeah, that's painful. And the siege tank's going to siege up and grab another one. Maybe even a 3rd. Yep, a 3rd as well. Oh, wow, so many goons going down. This is kind of like negating the whole advantage of him having these early developed gateways. So I feel like Mika's in a great spot right now.
He's in a fantastic spot.
I think every Terran player watching here would think that this is a position they would love to play from.
Yeah, we're still up on workers. 3rd CC's done. We just gotta kind of get it established here. A little bit of a setback, unfortunately, but not that big of a deal. Still very, very far in the lead. What do we have coming out of TOS? We got the Stargate coming down. We're on 6 gateways. Yeah, 6 gateways right now. So we're actually even on gateways. We're gonna go down on gateways versus factories. Which obviously Terran loves to see that as well.
Yeah, he's gone up to 8 factories, Ozzy.
Do you think that we'll see him waiting for 2-1 to push, or do you think he realizes he's in a really good position? Because I'd love to see him go a little bit sooner, even.
I'd love to see him go sooner, but he might feel that he doesn't have enough vultures or map control to do that, so he might be seeing the wait for the 2 weapons to come online. He does have some vultures raiding out in the top left, going to be trying to target down this pylon. Maybe get in here and deny this base too. Currently a slow reaction from Tech. 3 Dragoons on their way, but are eating a little bit of mine damage on the way.
Ooh.
2 of them do go down, and the last one's on 27 HP, so at the very least he did kill some Dragoons for his trouble as they try and come in here and deal with these vultures in the top left. Meanwhile, Mika just happily macroing at home, currently even on supply, ahead by 10 workers, has 8 factories worth of production with a 9th one about to finish up, and has his 2-1 about to finish too as well. So everything's like looking really good for Mika right now, and Tech needs to start spending this money and getting something going for him. We do have carriers on the way, but I think those carriers might just barely be too slow looking at the timing of this 2-1 finishing. Although I guess if Mika doesn't decide to go right away, maybe these carriers will be quick enough. It is cross map as well. It is open position in the middle, so it could be a little bit tricky for Mika to get across the map quickly enough to deal with those carriers if he doesn't spot them anytime soon.
Oh, there's a scan right on the carriers,
There's
just
the
right on
scan,
cue.
right on time. And look at that, the carrier's going to pop out as well, right as the scanner. Do you know that the scanner duration is actually randomized?
Yeah, there's like a check system, right, where every so often it kind of checks if enough time has passed, and if it hasn't, then it'll go for like another set amount of time, right? Something like that.
I think it's just something to the effect of it's like a random duration between 8 and 11 seconds.
Oh, really? It's just that simple. Okay.
Yeah. I think it's something like that.
So I love mixed response. So we scan the carrier. We have so many tanks right now, right? We can just queue up a ton of Goliath and just push across the map. Unfortunately, I guess we're only on 2 gas though, because this is a mineral only base. I didn't realize this. But he's still.
Yeah, this is mineral.
I'd like to see a little bit of urgency. Like, we scan the carrier, we've had an advantage all game. Like, this is the perfect time to start pushing across the map. We have our 2-1 and everything, so... But he actually drops a 4th instead of preparing to push against carrier.
Yeah, that's a wrong choice. Like,
100%.
as soon as you see carriers, he saw the carriers essentially popping out as well, so he knows he's got even less time. Like, if you see the carriers start to being made, you know you've got like 3 minutes to go. But if you see the carriers like already popping out and like about to be online, then you know you've only got like 1 or 2 minutes until things are about to get real. We do have the 3rd and 4th carrier finishing up soon, and with a 3rd Stargate, he's going to be really rapidly increasing that carrier count. And once you get 4 carriers, you can start fighting, and once you get 6 is when the power spike of the carriers really starts to run away with things. It becomes much harder to deal with. You have a big move out from Mika into the middle of the map now. 2 science vessels of a lot of energy and EMP support. So he does have a lot of a utility here he can use in this push, but he needs to go fast. And these tanks so far are being very sluggish in sieging and unsieging across the map.
Yeah, there's definitely should be a sense of urgency right now. Yeah, we're going a little bit slow, which starts getting concerning. We're up to 4 carrier now, is it? Yeah, 4 carrier. Goliath count isn't super high yet.
No, we just got 8 carriers with this. 8 Goliaths with this standing army, and that's it. So right now, if this infantry engages well enough, we could also kill these. Oh, nice little EMP going to be going off on all of those carriers, though. So only hull HP for these carriers. Dragoons are targeting down the remainder of the Goliaths. Hopefully they can... okay, all the Dragoons are just going to evaporate, never mind. So now we're just down to these 4 carriers trying to skirmish with the 5 remaining Goliaths that are protecting this huge tank line. If you can just get rid of these Goliaths, all of these tanks will be in trouble. But so far, these Goliaths doing a good job of controlling the zone. There is a science vessel with a D-Matrix available if he so chooses. Could buy a little bit more time with a D-Matrix here as well. Does try and get on top of these carriers. One of them is about to fall. If he gets this to be huge, he hasn't got Karen boosters yet. He's still not researching Karen boosters. This is a big mistake from Mega Terran. I thought he was researching it once he saw the carriers, but he hasn't actually researched it. It's just 1 carrier's on 5 HP. Target it down. Target it down. Please. Please. Okay, he's getting the other one down to like 50 HP, so I guess there's 2 on low HP now. That's at least something. But all these tanks are now going to start to be targeted down one at a time. There is another 1 singular Goliath trying to come in here to support. There's 3 carriers that are on red HP, but none of them have died yet.
Wait, are we on the same... This doesn't look the same to me. I don't have any carriers on red HP.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
I have 1 on 5 HP, 1 on 57, and 1 on 74.
It's 5 carrier?
I have 6 now. Now 7 carrier.
Well, that's weird. The lowest HP carrier I have is 182.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, John. Maybe you should watch the screen for a sec. It's probably because I was speeding it up. Sorry.
I got bugged out, I guess.
I didn't know that could even happen.
Can you stream your StarCraft through Discord?
Now, while you guys are sorting that out, we have the push coming in top left. We still don't have range even started for the Goliath, so this is very easy micro for the carriers picking off all of these Goliath right now. Siege tanks moving into the base to try and kill it, but killing this base isn't really going to make much of a dent. The Protoss is floating a ton of money, and we can't really get through the carrier attack right now without range. Like, we have to have Goliath range.
There's just so many carriers. What's he going to do about that?
Yeah, we're up to, what, 7 carrier? 2 more on the way? Actually, 8 carrier. Yeah, and the geography too, like you're saying.
Yeah, the geography of the map is crazy to abuse as well. Like, what does he do if the carriers get on the right side of the map and just start, like, sieging these bases? Like, there's just nothing he can do to stop the carriers once they get on the right side of the map. You can even go to the 12 o'clock with the carriers and then push into the main, and he can hit the mineral only from that top region as well. Like, it's really hard for the Terran to maneuver and deal with that.
I think it's wild that we're not getting Goliath range still. I do like the decision to like kind of mass expand everywhere against the carrier while we're pushing. Like that's a really, really good decision. Just kind of pull them all over the place and try and get counterattacks and eat his eco if you can. And it keeps the carrier across the map as well by attacking nonstop. Yeah, it's just we need range.
We can't get on top of the carriers. They can just micro us down way too much. It's really bad news bears for Mika Terran here, losing way too much of his Goliaths. Way too cost inefficiently, unable to do really any damage to these carriers without the Karen booster range, giving them that plus extra range to be able to get the damage done from the distance. So having to take too many shots to get close enough to even start shooting. Has some Goliaths just walking into the 9 o'clock, going to be trying to fight and clear that up there. Going to be using what forces he does have to try and mitigate some of the economy coming out of Tech here. But he has so much money in the bank, it doesn't quite matter even if he does kill this. It will be pretty huge for him to shut down the production temporarily, but there's so much in the bank that Tech can just reproduce these Nexi and carriers and interceptors, meanwhile building back up again. So it's pretty good from Mika getting that shut down on that base there, but still a huge force of carriers he needs to deal with.
Yeah, and the issue that Mika's running into is we just don't have the gas, right? We don't have the gas, and it's just we can't kill any carriers without range, so we haven't dwindled the carrier count at all. And the carrier count is huge now, we're up to 10.
Wow, I don't even know how you deal with that many carriers, like short of like having cloaked wraiths and blinding observers and whatever else. This is kind of nuts, man. I don't even know how you're supposed to fight this as Terran once. And a good micro from Tech as well, the way he's like targeting down the Goliaths and then running away. The interceptors, as long as you keep the carriers moving, don't have to run back to the carriers to then reacquire a new target. So you can do a lot of DPS quickly if you keep the carriers moving, as well as the interceptors not going back inside the carriers. So when they do relaunch, they can get their damage out a lot quicker. So far showing us that he does understand basics of carrier micro, as well as understanding the power of the unit and how to exploit the geography here. It's pretty nice play from Tech.
Yeah, and I don't mean to sound like a broken record, it's just we're just never going to clear this without range. Like, we can't even hardly kill interceptors like this without bleeding off a ton of Goliath. It doesn't even matter that Toss isn't really even mining anymore. It's just this carrier count. It doesn't seem like it's ever
we will never kill this carrier fleet with what we've got available to us right now, especially without Karen booster. And the tank's going to be shutting down the mineral only base at least, but like we say, we've got so many minerals, so much capability of just keeping the aggression on with these carriers. Eventually we will start killing bases and factories and shutting down the production of the Terran, and once we get on top of that production line, it's going to be very hard for the Terran to stabilize from there. Now armory and other important structures in the main base are going to be taken out as well, so Tech looking to secure a win here soon.
Do you think there's a chance they didn't play Brood War? If you think about it, we didn't see a single unit on Brood War made this game, so it could be original StarCraft, and in original StarCraft, the Goliath do not have a range upgrade.
No way.
Yeah,
no
I'm
joking,
right? I'm joking. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
Imagine that. Fucking hell, dude. I'd be losing my mind if they were playing the original.
I mean, we didn't see any Brood War units. We didn't see a range upgrade for Goliath, you never know.
Wait, was EMP in Classic?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there was anything that wasn't there.
I think we got nothing.
Yeah,
like this Goliath
think...
just not even firing. They're just looking.
I mean, Goliaths are really dumb units as well. They do require a lot of manual micro to even get anything done with them. Their targeting system is really bizarre because they kind of have like a unique independent targeting system with the way their top turret spins around and acquires.
Yeah, isn't it something like, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's something like when a unit hits them, they decide that is the unit that they're going to attack, and no matter what else hits them or whatever is close to them after, unless you retarget?
Yeah, I don't know the exact specifics, but there are functionality like that where they have a very bizarre way of calculating what they're aiming at and what they're shooting at. Sometimes they aim at things without shooting at them too. There's all kinds of bizarre stuff that happens.
And you guys thought Protoss players were dumb?
Yeah, Goliaths, unfortunately, pretty dumb units. They're very cost-effective units, though, so they kind of make up for that. Same with Dragoons, right? Dragoons can be a bit dumb, but they're very cost-effective still, so they still have a lot of power.
Yeah, and do you actually know what it is about Dragoons that make them so difficult to control? Like, what makes them bug out so much?
No,
I actually know the answer, but...
tell me, go on.
So when Dragoons are walking, if you ever see one walking, when its legs, like as it's walking and its legs spread out, it actually changes the model size.
Yes, it becomes wider.
Yeah, it becomes a wider model, and it causes them to kind of overlap a little bit, which can end up redirecting their pathfinding. So they get stuck on each other and lost, and then they'll start going the wrong direction quite often.
Yeah, and then you, on top of all that, you also have the they tend to bug out a lot where they do the thing where, like, you know, they stand still.
They're the worst for it.
Yeah,
it's like when you
well.
if you issue an attack command at like the pixel perfect range or something like that, and then they won't fire and they just get stuck, and you have to stop command to get them to walk again.
Hydras do it quite a lot too, but I've noticed that Dragoons tend to be the biggest culprits for that kind of shenanigans.
I can't believe we just never noticed we don't have Goliath range.
Yeah, it's kind of bizarre to me, right? Like,
and we're just like, look at him just not firing. I've never seen Goliath not fired this much before.
Well, without range, it's really hard for them to acquire their targets correctly.
Yeah.
There'll be a lot of times they're trying to acquire targets they can't even hit.
Tex just decided he's not mining this game, by the way. Like, he's totally fine with what he's got for the rest of the game.
I'm not sure if he's even mining the bottom half of the minerals at the 9 o'clock, so he still has those available to him.
He's saving it for later.
So we can still make interceptors.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not necessarily a bad decision as well, not having to expand and still being able to get a few more interceptors out. It's definitely an idea. He's doing a good job thus far, shutting down Mika, but Mika could actually technically win this game if he just got Karen boosters.
No, exactly. I was gonna say this. This game is still winnable at this moment if we got that range upgrade.
It's crazy to me. Like, it's still technically winnable if we have Karen boosters. It's still not easy, but it's definitely winnable. And he'd be killing so many interceptors with the range upgrade that it would actually shave off a lot of the minerals off of tech, and then he actually might become mined out quite quickly.
So those are actually the GG scans, where he scans every single expansion, except instead of GGing, he sees that there's absolutely no bases anywhere for tech, so we didn't GG. We're gonna move out and fight.
Oh, please make Karen booster. This one carrier might be picked off. Come on, that'd be something. Something, please, anything. Right, Mika. What we doing, buddy?
We're killing his only mining base.
I mean, it's not the worst choice in the world, but without Karen boosters, there's no hope we'll ever be able to fight these carriers, and the infantry will now start to dwindle our life count on top of that. So, really unfortunate for Mika here. Will very slowly be just like cauterized out of this game. This like massive fleet of carriers is just like a branding iron that's just like searing any wound that becomes exposed from Mika, making him suffer the pain of 1,000 cuts before finally defeat.
Steve Xun. I felt physical pain listening to you describe it.
One thing I thought would be interesting would be to see an EMP on the carriers and the interceptors, and then like a big hold position micro to like gun down all the interceptors really quickly.
Alright, we got it. Nice. We got a carrier. Wait, this is winnable now.
Without Karen boosters, this is very non-winnable.
There is unironically a world where we eliminate tech before we die.
Yeah, it's possible, yeah.
We have
very unlikely.
We have two vultures top left.
Here. Yeah, there's not enough DPS here to do the job, though. I don't feel if there was a bigger standing army for Terran. That is a possibility. If no probe was able to get out onto the map, he could have an elimination race. But there would be plenty of time for these carriers to come back down to save him. Long before that would be a factor. There's just not enough DPS down here. As we can see, the carriers are going to be swooping down to that southwestern quadrant to deal with that momentarily. So unfortunately, that will be shut down, and looks like Mika's hopes of clawing back a win will be gone before long, as these poor helpless Goliaths and Terran units try and even get away from just the infantry alone. They're about to meet their swift end at the hands of this big, beautiful carrier fleet, showing us the absolute might of the Protoss army.
Look at this, by the way. Look at the banks right now. Remember what we said? It was unironically winnable. Even now, I'm not even joking. Even now, like, or I guess now it's over. But if we had been like rebuilding Goliath and started the upgrade behind that, we have enough bank and income that we could have fought the carrier by the time they got back. Even just killing interceptors, because his bank is so low, he can't even rebuild interceptors anymore.
You'd be able to get like 30 Goliaths out with Karen Booster. It's a playable position. It's not ideal, but it's playable. It's really rough once the carrier gets to this number without range. There's not many. How many more times can we say? It'd almost be better if he had gone like cloaked Wraith and then just sniped the observers. Like, honestly, like
it would have been better if he went Stim Marines and killed interceptors.
Probably, unfortunately. Is going to be losing his command center in the bottom right. Mika looking like he's on the ropes now, currently down 66 supply to 130. 47 SCVs though, but just no army to count. So we have like literally 19 army supply for Mika Terran here right now. So this is looking pretty bleak, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, it's over. I can't sell it anymore. It's
Cookie is trying to highlight out that the vultures could kill all the probes in the top left, but unfortunately we still have like 10 carriers to chew through. So even if you made a 50 turrets, it still wouldn't help. Eventually they're gonna be the end of us. So it looks like Mika Terran might have to tap out soon. He is gonna try and go.
I think 50 turrets would win. If he kills top left, which he's moving to do right now, 50 turrets would actually win, and we're actually getting Cloak Wraith now.
50 turrets, I don't think it does win, because he could still mine in the bottom left. How many minerals has he got in the main base?
Oh, he does. Okay, you're right. He didn't even
how many minerals is left in the main? Yeah, how many minerals are left? Cookie, can you check the main base of the Protoss player?
Yeah, 500, 8, and about 1,200.
Yeah, enough to build a Nexus. That's the only thing. So he could still build a Nexus even if he does that. So it's still a rough situation for the Terran to maybe get a draw scenario. And that's the thing, is that the Terran would be essentially playing for a draw if we can still make a Nexus.
Do you think there is a world where we kill these observers and then kill it with Cloaked Wraith? Unfortunately, we only have one Wraith, so probably not.
The Cloaked Wraith would be a good play, because killing the observers would be huge, because then we can just start sniping down the carriers one at a time.
We're up to 4. He's gonna get to 7 before he gets up here. I don't think it's gonna happen. I just want this to happen so bad. I want him to find a way to win after all of this.
You know, it's possible, right? Like, theoretically, it's possible. He gets the perfect scan. He gets in there. He gets the observers. We kill all the carriers. It's very hard to do, though, because I mean, he's got to have really good Wraith control as well, because he has to like make sure the Wraiths are like perfectly chasing the carriers around the map and killing off all the new observers that appear. It's quite challenging for the Terran player to pull that off. It requires a bit of good execution, but it is doable.
Well, the sad part is we've reached a point where the ground army can beat our ground army now too. Got the first observer. We got the second one. We only have 2 Wraith left over though. It's not going to be enough DPS.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Observers already finishing behind it too. He actually already started more observers.
Yeah, if we'd done this Cloaked Wraith switch like 5 to 10 minutes earlier, this maybe looks a little bit different. But unfortunately, we don't even have enough ground army to defend ourselves anymore, so we will be losing the 12 o'clock position.
We're actually just running from the idea of the race at this point. They didn't even have cloak anymore.
Just running from the idea of conceptually these wraiths are cloaked, Tazi.
Now we're just dealing with a Terran GG timing.
Yeah, this is I mean, you can't really blame him, I guess. Like he's fought
No,
this
no.
long. Like it's an important game. He's trying to see if it's like any way the game state is playable from this position. I don't think it is though. I think that's going to be all over for Mika there.
He called GG for me.
GG. That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate for him to go down like that. If only he had gotten Karen booster, Azi.
Oh, were you watching through the stream the whole time?
Yeah, well, I had to
Oh.
after I got a bit delayed. So yeah, I did ask Cookie to stream on Discord, but I'm not sure if he could or heard me.
Well, you did pretty good considering you were several seconds behind me.
Oh man.
Go into
Gonga
a
says
game 3.
Karen booster. Yeah, we need to go into game number 3. Fortunately for Tech, able to tie up that series with that beautiful carrier play. And sometimes cross-map carriers can be quite tricky to pull off as well. So props to him for being able to manage that. I mean, you could argue that it's more Mika's bizarre choice of neglecting to get the most important upgrade in the game imaginable at that point, but still nice execution from that carrier micro, making sure he can pull out that win. Alright, so we're going to be going into retro for game number 3 between these two powerhouse teams.
Yeah, I like
we
this
have
map.
Yeah, we have Mika going to be representing the Love Boats, and we have none other than your boy Tech on Rocket Raiders. Which team is going to pull out the victory this time? We do have spawning in the top left as the blue Protoss, none other than Nom Tech. Currently tying up the series 1-1. Can he go all the way, make it 2-1? His opponent in the bottom left as the red Terran. It's Mika.
I was gonna say, I guess I should be calling him Mika, not Mick, huh?
Yeah, it's Mika Terran, but I guess he has Mick, so that's kind of confused a little bit, but it is Mika.
Okay. Fine. The Pylon Scout, by the way, this is a very early scout. I hadn't been paying attention, I don't know if he's done this every game or not, but there's kind of no reason to Pylon Scout a Terran unless you're worried about like a BBS or something.
Oh, I guess he might be wanting to go for the gas steal if he gets a lucky early scout as well. That's
I guess that's true.
Possible reason for that, yeah.
I just don't... Hoping for a gas steal on a 4-player map is not something I personally would ever advise, because you're rolling the dice and the odds are definitely against you. On a 3-player map, at least it's 50-50, so I can kind of understand that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I kind of agree with you as well. I'm not sure if I see pros do it very often, but I do sometimes see pros do the fairly early probe scout on 4-player maps, just in case they do get that lucky early game scout and can cause some harass and really disrupt the Terran's game plan. But like you say, it does kind of like hurt your own economy to do so, and it's a little bit of a gamble still. It does also lose that probe scout, so a little bit painful for Tech there.
Yeah, we have a hidden pylon at the top of the base, so I'm already questioning this. And we opened a zealot on the ramp, so we're saving gas. This screams DT to me. Yeah, there's the Citadel.
Oh, this screams DT, yeah. Definitely DT. So will Mika sniff this out, do you think? He's going to see, is SCV's going to come in here and confirm the Zealot and Dragoon on the ramp? And that kind of block is a little bit suspicious, right? Usually you don't see them like set up to block like that unless they are trying to hide something.
You would never see an early Zealot defensively unless they saw you going for aggression or something. So the only reason they would get an early Zealot like this is because they wanted to save their gas.
I think that's also a little bit of a mistake, right? Because you do kind of telegraph that. You kind of want to just block with the Dragoon and send the Zealot out to make it look normal,
100%,
right?
yeah. Look at that, just immediate missile turn from Mika.
I would like to see him make one more behind this as well, just in case the Tech decides to pounce on this turret later on and snipe it off right away. Would be nice to have a safety turret in the back as well. But as it stands, Templar Archives is now finished. Second gateway coming online. So 2 DTs are in production.
Yo, G5.
So
Thanks
what
for
do
the
you think?
big
Do you
raid,
think
dude.
he's
I
going to be
appreciate
able to
that,
like
man.
snipe down this turret and get something done still, or do you feel like this is going to be a fruitless effort from Tech?
I feel like it's going to be fruitless, but that's pretty much the only play he can go for. Like you said, I would like to see the safety turret, because you do see that a lot when you see DT rushes and stuff, where they just kind of dive on the turret and hope, and here we go, exactly like this.
Yeah, here it comes. Turret does fall down in short order, but he did that a lot sooner than maybe he should have,
Yeah.
because this gives him plenty of time to rebuild another one. DTs are only just now coming down the ramp, and he has barely enough time to build those turrets. But he hasn't actually started
Yeah,
the
we need to
turrets.
restart it
though.
right
This
away.
is crazy. If we had started the turrets right away, we would have been okay. But as it stands, I think the DTs get here just as the turret's about to finish. So maybe he can get on top of this turret yet again and finish it off. Ooh, but Dragoon's taking a lot of shell damage from those tanks, and the turret will barely finish in time to shoot this DT. Will it get in? I don't think so. Oh, just barely going to be seen and shot at by the tanks.
Yeah, we killed it with splash damage.
We killed our own turret. Oh no, this is a bad situation for Mika. Tables have been flipped. DTs are going into the main. There is a safety turret in the main mineral line, so he won't be too disrupted by this, but his factories are currently unshielded by the turrets, so at least this factory will be denied from going up, so it's still a little bit annoying. Behind this, Tech could be taking another expansion. I really feel like he should be double expanding behind these DTs.
Yeah, he 100% needs to. He's extremely far behind on eco after this opener. And this isn't going to get a whole lot of damage, unfortunately. Like, it's annoying for Mika, but Tech needs a lot more than what we're getting here. Like, we killed 2 SCVs and, what, 1 or 2 tanks, and we're delaying a factory. Like, it's just not enough. So yeah, we needed to be double expanding pretty much immediately.
Tanks are one swipe, though. Oh, we could have killed the tank.
Oh, we're getting into the natural.
Yes,
we didn't rebuild a turret.
Yes, the natural again. The tank's one swipe and goes down, Nazi. And the other turret, I think you might have caught this a little bit too early, that he was okay, because now the natural is completely exposed. No academy on the way as well. So going to be really hard to retake this natural. Going to have to evacuate these SCVs. A few of them are going to fall in short order as well. This would be so good for Tech if he also had the third base going down. This would look fucking amazingly good for him right now.
Yeah, I did call it too early. I didn't think about him not rebuilding the turret. We were just really focused on cleaning up the DTs in our main that we didn't think to rebuild a turret at our natural, and yeah, we got punished for that.
Yeah, he will eventually start to retake this natural with some mines, but that's a lot of lost mining time. The only thing that's not going well for Tech right now is that he didn't take a double expansion behind these DTs. Usually when you go for a DT build, you want to follow up with a very greedy double expansion into Arbiter play, which can be a very strong thing to do, and one of your only options of Tech path that makes sense both economically and technologically speaking.
Yeah, we're actually... We weren't really on top of worker production during this either, so he's still behind in economy after doing a fair amount of damage. We actually went for shuttle. I don't think the shuttle is going to have much use here. The only thing it'd be good for is stopping a push. So it is very good defensively, but we're not going to be able to get any more damage with the shuttle.
Yeah, he's loading up the shuttle with 3 DTs and a Zealot, but there are a healthy number of turrets kind of scattered around here. There is a chance that maybe he can get on top of the turrets and kill them before the army gets in position to fight the DTs. That is a possibility. We do have an academy now, so we could be seeing some comsats. There's one comsat going down in the natural, so we'll have some scans available to us too. So it's very unlikely that these DTs will see much damage. It is a possibility, but it is very unlikely. I would very much like to see Tech taking his third expansion, his third base right this second. Any later, I think, is just too far gone for him economically speaking. Currently even on workers, which is spell good news for the Terran player, for the Pros player here.
Yeah, there's not really any long-term plan like set in motion yet for Tech. We're just kind of hoping for more damage right now. Yeah, I don't know.
The barracks just burnt down because it never got repaired.
I clicked it earlier and I didn't even think about it. Yeah, I remember this now.
Rebuild it in the same spot, why not?
I like that Mika's, I don't know if this is intentional or not, but he's rallied inside of his base during this. We are moving as the shuttle kind of gets into position, but being rallied inside the base does make it where drops are even more or less likely to hurt us.
So I think he's going to like try and distract him at the front a little bit, and then he's going to slide the shuttle into the main, or maybe wait for the Terran to come out from his base for a push, and then go into the main with the shuttle to try and maximize the potential damage, because it is so unlikely to do much until then. Oh, he's moving the shuttle in now. He hasn't yet probed at the front. I really feel like if he's going to move in, he should have at least distracted him at the front before doing this. Instead, though, we do just see the 3 DTs and Zealot unloading into the main base and going to start shutting down some of the SCVs building buildings in the meantime, while also going to be running straight beeline to those turrets to start knocking them down. There is still comsats available. Will he go for those 2, or will he just get the turrets? He could also try and target down one of these comsats, but the tanks are already in position to deal with this. So now a scan going to be going off, and the Vulture's going to be making short work of these DTs, only picking up a couple of tanks for their effort. In the natural, though, 4 Dragoons might get on top of this tank and pick it off. Some do go down to a mine, so Tech I really feel like he should have gone for this play first to try and distract Mika, then go into the main with the DTs, but as it stands, he decided to do the other way around and try and like distract him in the back and pull his army back into the main and then hit him at the front. Didn't quite go the way he intended, I imagine, but he does have the 3rd base on the way with some 5 gateway worth of production. I really would have liked to have seen him get this 3rd base online a lot sooner and go into Arbiter straight away. So I feel like Mika's in a really good position here still.
Yeah, very much so. One thing that Tech could have done, so while it was a tough situation with the turrets and stuff everywhere, and he dove on top of the turrets, one thing you can do to counteract this a little bit, the scanners, is once you've cleared the turrets, you actually bring the shuttle back in, so you can pick up the DTs as the scans come down, and this becomes so frustrating to deal with when there's no Goliath or anything to deal with the shuttle.
I'm kind of blown away that we've taken so long to take this 3rd base as Protoss, because usually you're thinking so greedy behind the DTs, no?
Yeah, typically, because with DT, there's really only 2 ways to push, right? There's turret pushes, so you like set up mines to try and catch DTs instead of turrets. You wait for a bunch of scans or vessels, right? So because of that, like if you open early DT and you've got them on the back foot early, then yeah, you can usually relatively safely double expand. It can still be a little bit dangerous, but you kind of need to, because your economy behind it's always going to be weak when you're going for some sort of cheesy damage play like that.
Okay, so we do see Mika's finally deciding to move out. There is a shuttle here. I don't think there's anything in it right now. There's actually not enough infantry to fight this Terran force, so it looks like he is getting on top of the siege tanks, and picking off those siege tanks is key. He is trading off a lot of Dragoons, but there is still enough Terran force here to mop up the remainder of these Dragoons, so very interesting trades right now. The math on that is kind of bizarre. He is killing the tanks, but the Vultures are still in a healthy enough count to keep volleying the rallied Dragoons, so even though the tanks have been eliminated, the Vultures can still get some work done. There is still a few mines available to them if they did want to push the issue and try and lay down some mines on those Dragoons. Instead, going to be a lot more passive and come back to the bridge location, fortify that, and try and wait for some more rallied units perhaps. I think Mika has a timing to go now. He has 5 factories worth of production. This is a good push for him. This 5 factory push timing is pretty strong. It is a little bit delayed, and he's only mining a few SCVs in his natural right now, so he's not currently well saturated, is Mika. So he has kind of put himself in a bit of an awkward position where he's not actually growing a lot right now. He's not quite well saturated enough to keep going forever, so he does kind of maybe need to get something done here soon, I think. Like, right now there is a healthy number of Dragoons to volley this back, but it's not quite a critical mass. He could still get something done here with these 2 additional tanks coming out of additional Vulture support. He's doing a good job of microing back from these Zealots, does pick a few of them up before they can even get close to distance on those siege tanks, and does make short work of these other goons in short order. There's just 1 or 2 Dragoons remaining, and the siege tank doesn't go down, so it's looking really good for Mika. He can keep pushing all the way here. There's 6 gateway worth of production. 5 Dragoons just came out. 1 of the siege tanks is injured. If Mika keeps rallying all his units, he might be able to make this work. There will be 4 siege tanks to 5 Dragoons and a lot of Vultures, and a couple of Goliaths are going to be zoning out these shuttles and maybe sniping a few of them off. 1 shuttle does go down. More mines being laid in the natural of Tech here. I think that Mika might be able to put the squeeze play on him here and actually get a win out of this.
Yeah, this is looking pretty tough. I think Tech got a little bit over-eager on attacking into the army, because the longer this goes on, the better it would be for Tech. Yeah, just a little bit aggressive, kind of walking into it. Like, fighting it a little bit and delaying it, forcing the siege, that kind of thing, it'd be good, but we're just dive bombing on top of the tanks again right now. We're going to pick off 1 tank, but unfortunately we're losing all of our Dragoons, and we're just looking kind of dead behind this, to be honest with you, with more rallies coming in from Mika. I don't see how Tech holds this push.
Yeah, these Goliaths are going to make it impossible for him to use a Zealot Bomb to just like deal with the tanks in that way as well. Like with the two Goliaths and turret set up here, it's going to be really hard for him to get on top of it. But he's going to try it anyway. 4 Zealots are loaded up, and he isn't actually shooting instantly. He might still get these 4 Zealots. Only 2 of them get out in time. That Goliath was just enough DPS to kind of shut that down, as well as worried about that. With this Goliath support, it's going to be very difficult to break this position with any shuttle play. It looks like that's going to be the case. Looks like Mika making short work of these Protoss forces here, mopping up the remainder of those Dragoons. Some Zealots streamlining down from the ramp, but is this only 6 Gary production? He can produce 6 units at a time. There's enough force here set up from Mika now to kind of not only do damage and kill this expansion gradually, but also start mowing down the probes as they evacuate and eventually take the game, because he's contained this rally point. There's only one gateway at 12 o'clock right now, so even though there's still a healthy number of probes mining and a lot of resources for tech, he hasn't got enough production to bust out of this contain, prevent any further damage. Slowly Mika is going to creep his way forward, kill this Nexus, contain the Protoss, and lock him out from ever hoping to get out. 5 DTs going to be 6 DTs going to be coming out, but we still have scans and turrets available to us. So unfortunately, these DTs might not be as fruitful as he had hoped. I guess, when behind, make DTs kind of attitude here. Going to be trying to utilize all the tools at his disposal to try and survive. I don't think it's going to be quite enough, though. We do have a really huge tank line for Mika set up here, so I think it's just too much for him to handle, Ozzy.
Yeah, I don't... Oh, I guess that's it. GG. But yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think that can break out. Once your ramp gets controlled like this Protoss will become so incredibly inefficient, difficult to break out.
Well, GG. Looks like Tech, unfortunately, going to be tapping out Mika, picking up another win for Team Loveboat, going up 2-0 in the series. Next, we've got BR House going to be going up against the Throne of Bone. That's going to be an interesting little PvZ action for you coming up shortly.
You want 5 minutes, guys?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. You're off now.
Hey, Cookie, in those situations, are you able to stream on Discord or not?
I am, sorry. I just was worried it was going to crash my thing or something.
Right, okay.
But I've never done it before. I could try.
Well, what are you using?
I just use Ob Studio.
Okay, well, I use Obs when I'm streaming and I do Discord streaming. I've never had any problems, so it's possible that it'd be okay if you do it. I've never had issues.
Yeah, I could try it. If that happens again, I could try for sure.
Okay, sounds good.
Oh, did he? I didn't even notice. Did he get Goliath range that game? That's pretty funny. He got it for that game, but not the carrier game. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna smoke really quick and be back, guys.
Alright, sounds good there, bud. I'll do the same.
I'll awkwardly sit here by myself.
Sounds good, Ozzy.
You can watch the highlights.
Oh yeah. What do you guys think? I know I'm not the greatest caster, but gotta practice sometime, right? I like doing it. I just wish I didn't like stutter and stumble so much, huh? Know what I mean? Doing fine, thanks Kincaid. I appreciate it. Let's see, that's 2 series are down. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to go. No, 6. We got 6 to go. One of them's a bye. But we're doing it from the bottom and working our way up, so each game the player quality is going to go up. So it's kind of cool. Those first 2 games were around 1300 MMR. But we'll be finishing with Hawk versus JYJ, or JYun, rather, JYJ. Hawk versus Jaehyun. I'm excited for that. We got Zen and Flying, that's a cool one too. Pentat, Havior, Savior. Or Saiyan and Genesis. I'm not sure who Genesis is. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool. We got stuff to look forward to.
How you feeling, Mr. Dahaki?
Fine, John. How are you feeling, little buddy?
Feeling alright, big buddy. I put my stream title as Casting NSL with Ozzy Dahaki! Exclamation point. I gave you an exclamation point and I capitalized your name.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I put a smiley face.
I got a smiley face?
Well, I said, well, it's kind of more attached to Cookie. It's Xun and Cookie smiley face.
Ah, okay.
Even though
So
Cookie's not actually casting, but he still gets a smiley face.
That's okay. I want Cookie to have the smiley face. He could have the smiley face sticker. He deserves a cookie for all his effort as well.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, bud.
Oh yeah, bud.
That's my my Saiyan impersonation. Going
Saiyan
out for a rip, are you, bud? Say what?
Saiyan doesn't even sound that Canadian.
No, he doesn't.
He's got that like neutral accent going on.
Yeah, there weren't many Canadian-sounding Canadians where I lived. There was just one guy who had it. He did a little bit. He did a lot of A, and yeah, pretty much it actually. But there was one of the girls I dated while I was up there, and she had like no accent, but then she randomly said "around a boot," and I was like, "What the heck is that?"
Like suddenly they just start speaking something alien and you can like, put your finger on it like what?
Yeah. What the?
Especially when it like contrasts the neutrality of them usually.
Yeah, exactly. But the worst of it was definitely when I went to Newfoundland for a vacation, and I could not understand anything anybody said to me the entire time I was there. One of my favorite examples, we were eating like lobster, a bunch of like boiled lobster, and then one of the guys comes up to me and he's like, "You ever had goat?" And I was like, yeah, I live on a farm." And then he started talking about like what it did to him when he had, you know, quote unquote goat. And it wasn't like, I was so confused for the whole conversation. And then afterwards I asked someone, I was like, what was he talking about? And then she was like, "Oh, he said gout, not goat." I was like, "No, he said goat."
Gout. That's funny.
Yeah, it was
You
good.
dudes are back live now.
Alright, we are back live, ready and kicking. Ozzy's going to talk about his farm for a minute while I get a drink, and then we're going to get into the game. Yep, tell him about your farm, Ozzy. How does it feel being an Alabama farmer?
Feels great, everybody. We have cows and chickens and pigs and goats, and we name some of them. We eat most of them. Hang on, I'm being yelled for it. 1 second. And that's part of it too, living on a farm. It's hard to have a schedule because the animals don't really care about your schedule. If something's going on, then it's time to go out there and take care of it.
Alright, well that concludes the get to know us portion of the cast.
I was away from most of it.
This next game.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
And mutated hybrid man pigs, but they're locked in a separate farm. Kincaid, how did you know? Are you one of the escapees?
No. He probably is, let's be honest. It's Kincaid, man.
It's Kincaid.
It's Kincaid, man. Alright, we're going to be going into the next game in the series. We've had 2 absolute bangers so far. We got another PVZ coming right up. Let's get into it.
I wish I could sound excited. It's not that I'm not excited, I just can't sound it.
Alright, spawning in the top left as the red Zerg gets thrown of bone for the team.
What a
Rocket
name, by the
Raiders.
way.
Oh, I love his name. Cool guy as well, from what I've seen. And his opponent, in the bottom right, in the blue trunks, looking very sporty. It's the blue Protoss from the clan CWT. It's Booyah House. Currently racking in over 300 APM, spamming away, dancing his fingers across his keyboard, making sure he's nice and warmed up and prepared for this game. It is a PVZ after all, going to be very hectic at one point or another.
Yeah, and quite the opposite of throwing a bone. We're super chilling right now. Like we're happy to be here and we're taking it easy.
We chilling. We are sitting on our throne of bones. And we are chilling.
We know we're the king and we don't need to flaunt it.
Definitely not. I haven't seen him play a lot, but he seems a pretty chill dude. I'd like to see more of him. I'm rooting for him in this game. I'm not gonna lie. I want him to win.
Is he my teammate?
Yeah. That's no. Sorry, he's on Rocket Raiders.
Oh.
BR House is on your team. Yeah.
Right, then I will also root for him.
Is that because of your distrust in your glorious leader, Love Snow, or is there some other factors at play there, Razi?
No, you know what it comes down to is I actually believe in Love Snow so much in his game against Doodle that I'm hoping that he becomes like the make or break game. You know what I mean? That's how much faith I have that he'll be able to take out Doodle.
It might happen. I mean, Love Snow's pretty strong player when he's playing absolutely on his A game. He's conceptually S rank, you know what I mean?
You say he's a strong player when he's playing on his A game. I would argue that he's a strong player if he plays the series at all.
Or you just think he, in general, is a very strong player. Ooh.
Yeah, when he shows up.
Okay. Yeah, when he shows up to any game, I think he does perform reasonably well until he throws the game in a spectacularly amazing fashion, you know.
That being said, yeah.
Go on.
I was just gonna say our opener from toss here. We got a 2-gate in base, not even forward in our base.
That's what I was gonna say. Go on.
Yeah, I'm just really curious, like how we're planning on playing it out from here. What do you think?
Yeah, I do not like in-base 2 gates for a multitude of reasons. I think he's kind of forced to take a little bit of a gamble, because if the Zerg does deflect it well and he wants to take his expansion, does kind of open him up to a lot of counterplay from the Zerg.
Mm-hmm.
And I usually like to see the 2 gate at least closer to the ramp, or maybe in the natural, kind of give us some more flexibility with our options. But I don't totally mind it. Especially if he's got some very specific game plan of timing in mind, where he wants to go for very fast sell-out legs or something. Do see the very fast 3 hatcheries going to be coming out of Throne of Bone, very standard and stereotypical, without a third gas being taken. So we will not have Ling speed accessible for quite some time, at least. Lings are also kind of out of position and will not be seeing these 2 zealots moving across the map. So Throne of Bone completely in the dark to this right now, and it's making drones, Arzi Dahaki.
He actually may get caught off guard by this.
This is insane.
This is crazy. He's going to have Lings across the map as Zealots are showing up, because he's going to go bottom left. He's going to be all the way tucked in the corner when these Zealots show up, possibly.
This is why you drone scout!
Okay, we did at least turn around from the natural, but that would be hilarious if this was his main base then.
Oh man, this is a crazy situation. Just going to be cancelling those eggs, immediately making Lings. And the Zealots already picking up 1 kill for their trouble, going to be going into the main base of Throne of Bone, and the drone actually blocking those Zealots for a few seconds. So throwing a bone at him, trying to he hasn't exactly got a wrench to throw in the spanner works, but he has got a few bones, a few femurs and stuff he can maybe use to slow down this Protoss here. It does pick off one of those Zealots with those Lings coming out. There is a Zealot in the main base. A couple of Zerglings and Drones going to be trying to fight that back. Now all this 4 Zealots here going to be getting on top of these Lings and Drones, though 2 of the Lings going to go down and the Drones will be focus fired. A little bit of a drill to disrupt the Zealots going down. A little bit of caution from the Protoss player. They're going to be backing out and backing back in again to get more and more of those drone kills. And I think he should just be evacuating these drones. He's losing so many drones. Right now down to 9. There's currently 19 workers for the Protoss player. So Protoss players' economy is so much healthier behind this. Does manage to clear up some of those Zealots, but there's still 4 in the main line here of the battle, clearing up all of these Zerglings. RZ, what do you think? Do you think this is too much damage, or do you think he can stabilize?
I think this is too much damage. It's really, really good trading. We got him down to 9 drones, like you said. We're on 19 probes. And the thing is, behind us, House decided, because we're getting damage, we're going to go 3-gate, and even a 4th gateway. We're going to end this man.
So hang on a minute. Like, thinking about this logically, like, there is a win condition here for Throne of Bone.
Yeah,
he could just defend this and then macro up and then be okay. But the issue for him is he did take this 3rd base location, right? So he has got another place he would have to sunken up to defend against this. Overlord could also shimmy into the main base and sniff what's going out. What's going to be coming out from the Protoss player here soon. There is being a gas taken and a core, I believe, about to be thrown down. Yeah, there's the core. So we're going to be seeing a little bit of a tech coming out of the Protoss as a follow-up, but so far quite a lot of Zealots being produced, 4 at a time. So really strong from the Protoss player, but there is some Lings moving out to maybe sniff this, maybe get this Zealot that's currently out of position from the wall, but not quite getting on top of it. So it would have been really nice if you can get some good service error on these Zealots, maybe pick off 1 or 2, but unfortunately unable to do so. Going to be losing some Lings instead, and actually looking really good for BR House, getting a few of those Ling kills without losing a single Zealot.
Yeah, what I'd like to have seen from Throne of Bone is maybe not feel the need to get so aggressive. Like, we had the Overlord and we saw he's still on 1 base, right? And we saw the Zealot count. So what Throne could actually have done is you stay outside the natural here and just basically threaten with the Lings. You're on 3 base and he's on 1 base, right? So you just need these Lings to stall time to make him stay home and threaten run-bys while you're getting set up at home.
I think you're right, RZ. One thing I would like to notice is that it's almost like Throne of Bone was like casting a hex curse on BR House. Maybe Throne of Bone is like some kind of necromancer, because like right now he's playing with more APM than BR House is. Almost like it's some kind of spell on him to like steal his APM. Like it's like, you know, wait 5 minutes and steal my opponent's APM kind of way of playing. And with these 2 sunken colonies online, he will have a decent buffer against these Zealots, but there's still quite a few of these Zealots. There's no +1 upgraded, so they will be having to 3-shot these Lings, but there is still quite a healthy chunk of these Zealots, so we'll be making fairly sure. Oh, he kind of hesitated on that sunken. He didn't commit to the sunken volley, so it did take a little bit longer to kill that than maybe necessary. There's some more Lings going to be coming out. Most of these Zealots are fairly healthy. All their shields have gone, but they still have a fairly big chunk of health, so only a few of them going to be going down to these Lings. So really nightmare situation for Throne of Bone here. He's going to be losing some of these drones in the natural as well. We'll have to evacuate them to the main base. There's currently 50 supply for this Protoss player, down to 30 for Throne of Bone of only 20 drones. So only have like 10 Lings able to fight at this moment, with more and more being produced as the lava becomes available. But so far losing a lot and taking so much damage from this Protoss player. There's 4 gateway productions, nothing to sneeze at. He's even starting to produce Dragoons behind this for even more utility.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how efficient this ended up being. We were pretty close to holding the first wave, maybe even overdroned a little bit. But like I said, we kind of just let him walk across the map before we were properly set up. It was so close to actually stabilizing for Throne of Bone, but now the situation's looking pretty dire. We have so many Zealots in our main base. We have goons coming across the map now. We're just losing too much economy at this point.
Yeah, the situation is becoming less and less tenable for Throne of Bone here, as more and more drones biting the dust, down to just 9 drones to 27. So unfortunately, he's down 3 to 1 in his economy to the Protoss player. Some Dragoons will be intercepted by some Lings, but the Lings do not have speed, so the Dragoons can micro against them a little bit and try and survive for as long as possible. Maybe going to get this 1 Dragoon into the main base to try and meet up with these Zealots to keep fighting. So far, Throne of Bone taking an absolute punishing, while the Protoss player just keeping his macro solid, pumping units out of these 4 gateways over and over again. And now with the Dragoon support, providing some more utility to these Zealots, going to make it even harder for the Zerglings to overpower this position. Dragoon's also reducing the surface area. Oh, but he's on move command and loses some of his forces for free here. Some of the Zerglings kind of turning the tables on the Protoss player just a little bit. BR House losing some of those units, but there's still just too many Protoss units, so it will take him a lot more links to clean this up. Although he is starting to stabilize with Aspire finishing. Maybe he can turn this game around. The Dragoons have been taken out. Look at this, throwing a bone in to BR House's assault here. There is a Dragoon and 2 Zealots, but there's a now nice healthy supply of 11 Lings here. RZ, what do you think? Do you think he's got this? I think he might have this, actually.
It's hard to see, but it's not impossible. Like, if we actually get a half-decent muta count up, then this is really bad for BR House. And we're actually pushing him across the map, and we're rebuilding drones behind us, so even though it looks almost unwinnable for Throne, he's managed to stabilize just a little bit.
Yeah. He can do this. All he's got to do is just keep the pressure on and like catch some of these Zealots, keep the Protoss back a little bit and start making Mutalisks. But it will be a little bit challenging for him because there will be like 6 or so Dragoons out on the map by the time he starts making these Mutalisks. And even though Mutas are better than Dragoons in general, like he will have to like try and defend long enough to get those Mutas online. And the main issue for him right now is that he has this exposed third base that he can't really sunken up and defend. He's going to have to kind of just pray and hope that this Protoss player assaults only his natural expansion. But he does have this also exposed macro hatchery that Dragoons will be able to snipe off, so that will slow down his production a little bit. But as long as that Throne of the Bone doesn't get too crazy here, maybe he can hold on. I think if he positions his Lings correctly, maybe he can just barely defend this. It's going to be challenging. There's a lot of Zealots. There is quite a few Dragoons also streaming in from behind to try and help support these units. Most of the Lings are now dried up and the Sunken is being targeted down.
Yeah, looks like we're just barely not going to be able to hold him. That's crazy, though. I really respect Throne's tenacity here. So close to stabilizing, and if he, like I said, if he were able to get Mutas out behind stabilizing, like if he just held one wave and could go into Muta behind it, he actually would have been in a winning position.
Yeah, I believe so. Like he could have actually turned this into a winning position. It's unfortunate that he got killed when he did. It looked like there was maybe a small window there for him to maybe turn the game around. He did have quite a lot of gas banked up as well, so could have gotten up to like 7 or so Mutas fairly quickly, and then maybe put on some counter-offensive kill the probes in the main base, forcing the Dragoons to go back home to defend, while also sunkening up and defending himself and trying to get the most out of his free base economy. Could have been actually a winning position for throwing a bone there. Unfortunately, they're going to be losing some more of these overlords and hatcheries and drones, and will eventually maybe have to tap out here.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way to stabilize anymore.
We do have the 2 Mutas flying across the map, which will be able to shut down mining a little bit, but eventually they will be... Look at all the units just queued up in the gateways for PRLs. He just doesn't want to expand. He's refusing to expand. He wants to win this game with 1 base only.
We got close to mining out our main base by the time we killed Throne.
Maybe that's a good time. That's the trigger time to expand, is when you become mined out, then you make the next assault. Now what you do is you spend the minerals first, and then you long distance mine to get the minerals to expand.
I mean, I beat Art of Turtle doing that before. The only thing, BR House still doesn't realize the third base is here, but okay, now we're just now seeing it, finally. He was actually coming back to defend against the Muta because he didn't know where else to go.
Does he even know about this third base?
He just saw it with the Dragoon. His Dragoon just shot it over the wall.
Was that his first time even having any idea
yeah,
about the
he hadn't even spotted the creep up to that point.
Oh, that's crazy.
I was checking his vision earlier.
Maybe he could have finished this game a lot sooner had 1 Zealot been sent up there to harass that drone line at multiple points in this game.
Now Throne is making an Overlord because he needs to get on supply block to make more Muta.
Well, there's just too many Dragoons. Unfortunately, those Mutas won't become relevant. It would be possible that if he got these Mutas going sooner, he'd be able to overwhelm the Dragoon count, because Mutas do beat Dragoons straight up when they're on even supply and stuff. So yeah, it would have been good for him, but unfortunately GG is called. BR House going to be picking up the win for Team Logbolt, at least for the first game. Still, Throne of Bone could tie up the series going into whatever map he so chooses. There is an interesting map pool for him to choose from. 76 is one of the more bizarre maps, so I think most of the players will be avoiding that unless they prepare specifically for it and want to pull it out as a little trump card to use against their opponent here. I was think the map choice will be from him.
We're seeing a lot of retro right now from these players, so I expect maybe something more like that again. A lot of these people typically like to go with something more standard and normal. It'll feel more comfortable for them.
Unless they like I say, like wanted to do something tricky in mind to disrupt their opponent by playing on the awkward map they had already prepared for.
Well, it looked like from what we saw with Throne, he wants to play like a more normal game, right? If it were BR House, then I could see that definitely happening where he picks something a little more funky, but I think Throne, with him having the map pick, we're going to get something more standard looking. Minerals, the reason I will be rating them when
I've got good news and bad news.
Okay, go ahead.
What would you like first, the good news or bad news?
Only the bad news is fine.
Only the bad news. The bad news is you were wrong.
Okay. Cool. That's all I wanted to know.
Alright, well, we're going to be going into game number 2 here shortly between these two titans of players. They're absolute massive giants, absolute gargantuan, making each other look rather normal sized in comparison. And it is 76. Ozzy was wrong. That's the good news. We got a nice crazy map for you guys going into it. We got BR House spawning in the top left as blue. I love that color blue. It's good on pros. And his opponent in the top right. Didn't quite throw a bone into him last game, but it's a different map, different time. And he's not making drones. Might be crazy. This might be crazy. Might be 5 pool. Oh my god. Ozzy, he's gonna 5 pool.
I love it. I actually love it. We're gonna 5 pool on the proxy minerals.
Oh yeah. Now does he scout Ozzy? Will he see this? He's trying hard to get this probe across. He's not. Oh, okay, he's getting it across. It is quite tricky to get this off. Making sure you get the probe across those K-Darin crystal formations can be a little bit tricky. You want to send that probe out extra early to make sure you can get that, because those minerals will disappear and make it impossible to ever get down there again without some kind of drop tech.
What time did they disappear at, do you know?
I think it's around about just after he finished it. I think it's like 40, 50 seconds, something like that.
I believe it is 53 seconds.
53 seconds.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Also, hello.
Hi.
Hello.
The reason I really like this kind of pool play, like the thought process behind it, is that your opponent's going to want to, like, essentially they sacrifice a probe in the beginning of the game, right? So their income's going to be lower while you're committing even harder to an all-in. So it's actually, like, more beneficial going all-in and them cutting their economy to do something like this.
And he's going for an in-base gateway after getting this probe down here. So we'll have some tools to defend against this eventually. Maybe able to squeeze out a Zealot. The 6 Lings will be running down the ramp momentarily. Luckily for him, there is a probe scout going on the way. Maybe it will see these Lings just enough in time that maybe he can even block the ramp with a probe. Maybe make something happen here and delay this enough to get something going. The Lings do target the probe and run around a little bit, so going to slow them down ever so slightly. Zealot is currently on the way. Do you think he should probe block the ramp here to slow this down? I think he maybe should do something.
I think you have to, yeah. The Zealot started a bit too late because we went second gateway before we started the Zealot, which isn't like abnormal, but yeah, letting these in, it can get really, really dire really quickly.
The Lings are out already. They could get a full surround on the first Zealot coming out. They're going to target the pylon. I'm not sure that's the best choice, but he's going to do it anyway. He might still get it down. The Zealot, he's going to shuffle away one Ling, and he's going to get the pylon, delaying the other Zealot production. There is another pylon warping in, but it will slow down the production just a few seconds. The Zealot is now taken down to 40 HP, does target down one of the probes, and the Zealot's going to fall in short order. Could now target down this other pylon before anything else comes out of these gateways. Currently, BR House in absolute crisis mode, but does get on top of those Zerglings and kills off most of it. Only 3 Zerglings remaining, 2 of them desperately low on HP, and a third on half, so needs to be careful not to lose too many more of these Zerglings while targeting down this pylon. There is a Zealot halfway on the way. Another probe does fall in short order. 5 Zerglings going to be met up with another 2, currently having 7 Zerglings available at his arsenal to pick off this pylon. The Zealot is on the way, but it might not matter. The pylon's going to go down. The Zealot's not going to come out. It looks like this might be lights out for BR House. I think throwing a bone has done it and has clawed his way back into a tiebreaker. Getting on top of these probes now, just 5 probes remaining for BR House here, Ozzy.
Yeah, he's dead. Yeah, it's like I said, it is. we cut the early economy to go for the mineral hop, right? So our zealot's a little bit extra delayed compared to like the 5-pull with the proxy mining and stuff. So yeah, I wasn't sure either about the pylon targeting at first, but it ended up working out pretty well.
GG. Wow, Throne of Bone going to be tying up that series, giving a little bit of life for the Raiders. Can he clinch it?
Almost
in the
beating
match?
The BGH record.
So yeah, it looks like 5-pull actually pretty strong on that map, getting those extra minerals with those close patches. Nice little utilization of the map there to get a little bit of a faster pull timing.
Yeah, it is kind of tough. Like, if a Zealot gets out and a Zealot gets on that ramp, then you're kind of good to go, but it's kind of like we were saying, we needed to maybe pull a few probes. Like, if you make a line of probes or something, and as they're taking damage, you, like, kind of drill them back into the mineral line, you can buy so much time, because it's single-file lings are going to go through that very slowly.
Yeah, 2-3 probes, I think, slow that down more than enough. I think would have been a much more tangible and logical approach to that situation. But unfortunately, didn't quite work out for him. We will be going into a decider match on Retro as our game number 3. Interesting PvZ map. I can see why the Protoss player picked it as well. Definitely a great choice for PvZ.
As I expected. Oh, this is the wrong set of players.
Yeah. Technical difficulties, please stand by.
As I expected, the wrong players. Called it.
Well, it looked like the Protoss player was frustrated, so he created a time machine and like rewound time a little bit to try and like figure out what he needed to do differently. Buy himself some more time, you know. These Protoss players using their gimmicky strategies, what can we say?
Yeah. Yeah, he made his opponent pick Terran, and I feel like he was going to go for a DT rush that game.
Alright, well, we are going to be going into the tiebreaker, and it is going to be Retro, like we suspected.
No, I
Let's
didn't.
get into it. Spawning in the top right, it's your boy, it's Throne of Bone. Currently tying up the series with that epic little 5-pull strategy on 76. Can he take it all the way, get that win for his team? His opponent in the bottom right, in the red trunks, it's CWT BR House. Currently representing his clan, playing in this NSL. He's probably feeling a little bit frustrated with getting caught off like that, probably kicking himself that he didn't block that ramp with that probe. But he can still take the game, take the series. It's all to play for now. On this map Retro, it's favorable positions for him. It's close spawn, 3 o'clock. Can be really hard for the Zerg to deal with here. Could slow down the attack with some lurker eggs be utilized, but I don't think we'll be seeing too much of those kinds of shenanigans from the Zerg player. We'll most likely be seeing a more straight-up game from these two players, I imagine.
You think so?
One thing that, yeah, I think this game will be a little bit more standard.
I think BR House is going to be crazy again.
Oh no, I think BR House will still do a one base build, but I think Throwing a Bone will not be doing anything cheesy.
Gotcha. Oh, you're talking about him specifically. I gotcha.
Yeah,
okay, I agree with that.
More standard. Yeah.
Sorry, you were talking and I just decided not to listen.
That's cool. I might have miscommunicated it. It might be my fault.
And it does look like BR House is going to do the same opener as Game 1 here. Just it's like my PVT base is what it looks like.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I like putting. I guess it has some advantage having the gateways tucked in for dealing with maybe like ironically the kind of 5-pull situations we just saw. But
that's pretty much it, though.
Other than that, I don't really see much more merit to it.
Yeah, you might as well put him forward and closer to your ramp. Like,
maybe he's scared about the 5-pull now. That's why he's doing it. He's super scared about that 5-pull now.
Could be. Yeah, so typically, for those of you watching, the reason you'd want to do your gateways a little bit more forward if you're going to do something like this, I personally don't like to gate end base anyway, but if you were going to do something like this, the reason you want to put it forward is for 2 reasons. A, it lowers the rush distance from your zealots to the opponent, and also it lowers the travel distance from your gateways to the ramp if you need to get defensive.
By the way, Ozzy, did you notice that he cross-map scouted with the drone? I don't see a lot of Zergs do that these days.
You almost never see that, yeah.
That's interesting. It's almost like he wanted to know whether or not he was cross-spawn as quickly as possible.
Is there any reason as a Zerg player you would want to know that early?
Only if you were deciding on whether or not you wanted to do a certain kind of cheese, like 2-hatch Hydra or something, or maybe to try and discern the aggression capability of the Protoss, because if it is cross-spawn, maybe you have to be a bit safer with how many lings you're making or something. But I still think it would have been better just for him to scout normally, though. He does get the drone scout kill as well, which is really unfortunate. So now he will confirm the exact build that the Protoss player is doing. So we will be seeing that creep colony thrown down and probably a macro hatchery here as part of the Sim City in the natural as well. Oh, throwing down the second sunken, really committing to this. I actually like this response. Really wants to be super safe against this and try and mitigate any damage. Could also be throwing down that macro hatchery soon as well to add a little bit of a block in SimCity and reduce some of the surface area available to the Protoss. We'll be getting on top of this Zealot as well, Arzi Haki.
Didn't quite get the full surround, unfortunately, but we're still going to be able to pick up the Zealot, which is a great start. We got our second coming down. And at this point, you can start droning, which he does start droning, so I really like to see that. Like you said, I'd really love to see the hatchery come down and just lower surface area and also increase production. We are floating a little bit of extra money for it. But yeah, this feels pretty good. I mean, he's flying into his base, he sees gas just now is finishing, he knows it's a one-base toss again. I don't even think we need to get like overly aggressive with these lings. But we're pretty comfortable sitting back, I feel like, right now. You could do like what I said before, like maybe separate like, 6 lings or something and kind of put them in front of the toss's base to make it where he can't comfortably move out. And just leave enough behind to defend against what you see here.
Yeah, now there is technically enough lings to kill these 4 zealots, but one thing he has to be wary of, Arzi, is that, as we know, this probe does allow these zealots to 2-shot lings. Just 1 particle beam help from the probe does allow the lings to be 2 shots. So has to really respect that. Doesn't really want to challenge those zealots. So wisely didn't engage there because he would have lost so many lings and probably didn't kill any but maybe 1 or 2 zealots at best. So
yeah,
really wise for him not to try and commit that. It's going to be going into lair. Bone.
I really like that call. I think Mutaling is such a good play against one base when you see that it's not Corsair, right? Like he sees 4 Gateway, he knows that it's not Corsair Russian, and Muta just scales so well against pure Gateway army.
Oh, 100%. Mutas are so good against goons. If it's just like 1-for-1 trade ratio, like the Mutas always win.
Yeah.
So it can be really good for me. He's gonna need to get this second gas online. It does make the macro hatchery in his main. I kind of like the macro hatchery in the main now because like it prevents goons from also being able to kill it later on. So I kind of like that decision making now that he's defended the initial pressure. We'll be making a 3rd sunken in the natural as well. We do have quite a healthy count of 10 zealots. If he's making the Hydra Den, I think I would have liked to have seen that in the front to kind of telegraph that while going mutas behind it.
Yeah, I think he's just going to go into Lurker. I think that's the thought.
It's possible. It might be. It's much more defensive, but I guess I'm not sure I like that because it doesn't really trade well against the goons. Like there's some counterplay potential there for the Lurkers to be prevented from getting much done, and then we can also go into Observer. So I'm not too sure I like that call entirely, but it still can be good way of utilizing his gas. I would have much rather liked to see mutas, but it will be Lurker Tech instead.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. We are getting the defensive cannons down since he doesn't know what the tech is, so that is like the one plus side, I guess, to having the Hydra Den in the main base is he is afraid of Muta, so he is spending a little bit of extra money there, but... Yeah,
that's one thing we...
Go ahead.
Go on.
Well, I was just gonna say that, like you said, the Lurkers are better defensively, but it's just... It becomes very difficult to kill your opponent with this. If he does have the observers coming down, then the Goon Zealot can actually kind of fight it off, and he'd be able to take an expansion a bit easier. If you get Muta control and you get a Muta army scaling up, it becomes impossible for Toss to really do anything, unless he makes like a ton of cannons at home. And even then, Muta still don't do poorly against cannons when you get enough.
Oh, I 100% agree with that. But one thing I don't understand is why he got his +1 weapons so late. I really feel like if you're going to commit to this like 4 gateway style, we need to be squeezing out that +1 just a little bit earlier so that we can get even more value out of this heavy zealot count. Look at the Evo timing.
Where's it at? Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Like, he's only just now getting his weapons and we already have an Evo chamber. I feel like it's way too late. Speedling's going to be getting into the main base of the Protoss and getting on top of these helpless 5 Dragoons, desperately retreating to the safety of these cannons. Will be forcing these Zerglings to turn around now. Needs to be careful. These Zerglings can get boxed into the main base. The Zealots are on the ramp now. Needs to start trying to get some trades up with these Lings to make sure they don't just die for nothing. Will be trading off some of these Zealots and Dragoons. Needs to be doing as much as possible with these units. Does get a few for his trouble. Doesn't lose too many for nothing. And will maybe be getting out of a couple that he can use for scouting. Does also snipe out the probe on the way, denying the Protoss player from maybe taking that Nexus a little bit earlier than he would like to.
Yeah, our drone count's a little bit low considering the situation. We just now added on like an extra like 5 or 6. We were pretty low. We've got the lurkers coming out, so we're not in any danger of getting killed, but it's going to be really hard to get aggressive across the map. And I want to see how BR House responds to seeing the lurkers in defensive position. If he just goes ahead and expands, or if we're going to tech in a Templar, or what he wants to do here.
Yeah, these 2 lurkers are just going to like completely nullify the value of these zealots coming in here. And they don't even have speed yet, so we'll be shutting down any pressure from the Protoss player. I would have really have liked to seen an expansion from BR House. He should know that there's, seeing this lurker tech now especially, that there will be really slow coming out from Zerg, so he should have enough time to get his expansion online while getting his observers. Is he yet to make? He's not making a robo, right? He should be making a robo like right now.
Yeah, we're seeing no reaction so far to the lurker.
This is a little bit problematic, RZ. He can't even really gain any ground until he makes those observers, so he's even going to be losing one of these Dragoons, another one
now the robo
dangerously
comes
low on
down.
HP. Finally, the robo's coming down, but he still hasn't yet to make an expansion. I would say the game's still... Go on.
I was just going to say, there's no win condition on one base at this point. We have to expand if we want to have any chance of breaking the Zerg or winning this game.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the game's fairly even in a sense, in the sense of like we've still got 2 base Zerg versus 1 base Protoss. The drone count's not too crazy, although it is pretty high. As soon as the Zerg gets a 3rd base online, it's going to be problematic for the Protoss. Lurkers moving down into the Zealot line, going to be just borrowing in their face and shaving off some of their HP with some Hydra support to try and punish the retreating Protoss army. It's going to slightly whittling down this Protoss force. Already some of these Zealots quite heavily bruised, so will be dying even faster than usual in the upcoming engagements. So going to be a little bit tricky for BR House to get much done here. It's going to be throwing down this natural Nexus wisely, but so far it looks like Throne a Bone going to be moving out into the middle of the map with these force, finally choosing a different line of attack, going to be sneaking around this Protoss force, might be getting into the natural unbeknownst to BR House, and he might not be able to react in time, might even be getting the cancel on this. Oh, but the army moves just barely now, so might be able to get down here to help, but if the lurkers get into position and burrow, he still has to wait for the observers. Observatory's only just now finishing, so this could be really problematic for BR House, trying to just move command past these lurkers, taking so many subterranean spines from these lurkers, a lot of damage being done to this Protoss army while he tries to pick off the Hydras, taking so much damage, and he still hasn't built an observer. The observatory's finished, he needs to queue up an observer right now, just barely starting it.
Yeah, this is pretty rough. We're gonna lose this expansion. Well, are we? Even if we don't at this point, it doesn't even matter that much. We've killed so much army now, right?
Yeah, we lost so many infantry units to these lurkers, it's crazy.
Yeah,
it's going to be hard to mop up the lurkers even with the observer.
Yeah, exactly, that's what I was going to say. It feels like we've lost so much army that by the time we kill this, you know, we're never going to be able to get across the map and get damage in or stop the Zerg from growing.
And these other units are already softened up, RZ. These Dragoons are already really low HP. He's going to lose some of these Dragoons. If he's lucky and the Lurker Spines don't connect on these... Oh, there it goes. That's what I was worried about. The double shot on those 2 Dragoons. See, even though he's going to clean this up, he lost quite a lot of his infantry, and now there's more and more units streaming down. from the Zerg. Another control group-ish worth of Hydra and a few lurkers to boot as well. So it's going to be really tough for BR Health to hold here. And this Nexus is already really dangerously low on HP. One Dragoon falling in shorter. There are 2 observers, so he can spot the lurkers, but he hasn't got enough army to kill the lurkers. Our observer goes down. He's got 1 observer left. If this observer falls, it's definitely going to be lights out for him. I think he's going to lose the Nexus anyway, so I don't think he can recover from here.
Yeah, this looks pretty over, to be honest. I don't even... Once Zerg gets the bottom of your ramp, it's the same issues with really any matchup for Protoss, or really any race at all. Coming down your ramp is so inefficient, right? If we have like a lurker... We essentially have a lurker contained set up on this tiny ramp against a 1-base Protoss now.
Yeah, he just picked off the last remaining... Oh, there's 1 more observer on the ramp, so he has 1 more observer left, but he did lose 2 observers, so only down to the remaining 1 as well. Throwing a Bone could pick that off and make it impossible to push down here forever. Yeah, GG's going to be cool. It's over.
Yeah.
Wow. Throwing a Bone, picking up the win for the Raiders. Unfortunately, Team Loveboat going to be finally dropping a match in the series.
Let's go, Raiders!
Let's go!
I'm gonna be right back, sorry.
Alright guys, we're gonna have a little intermission here. We'll get straight into the next game and the next tier. We're all done with the Hyperion Tier 3 series. We're gonna be going into the Behemoth Tier 2 series next with the likes of Arcane Winds and Bagel Pirate. Stay tuned.
I cut you.
Nice. I'll give you a cue usually if you're like listening, like if you want to do it that way.
Yeah, for sure. You usually tell when you're about to finish off. You're pretty good at that.
How's the cast been?
Good. Still need to find a replay from Flying and not Zen.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah, I think so.
Hi.
Hey.
So I was a little bit off for that game.
That's right.
I like 5 or 10 minutes in, I get really bad acid reflux sometimes, and I was getting it really bad. That was just like super distracting. I'm good now.
Okay.
Yeah, I kept like interrupting you and vice. Yeah, my bad. My bad.
No, it's good.
Our synergy sucks. Never casting with you again.
Cast was fine, man.
No, I'm disgusted with you.
So we got Bagel Pirate.
Heck yeah. Moving
Like
on
that,
to
man.
tier 2.
Yeah, got tier 2.
It's a Canadian versus the British man Arcane Winds.
Yeah. The pros player.
Oh, I got a PvP. This is my specialty.
Alright, I'm all set up. How are you guys feeling? Need more time?
I'm good.
A few more minutes?
I'm good. We can do it, and I'll take a break to smoke next series. Between next series.
Okay. Well, I kind of feel like smoking right now, too.
Do you?
Oh, wait, Deniska, thanks for the
You
follow.
know, the 5-minute replay video?
We can do, yeah. If you want to smoke up first, I'm down.
Okay. You okay with that, Hockey?
Yeah, I don't have a choice, so whatever. Whatever makes you guys happy.
I mean, it is a switch between tiers that makes sense to have a slightly longer
Yeah, no,
intermission
I'm
between the
joking.
tiers, but-
Yeah, by all means. You guys go ahead. I'll get some
Give
food
you
or something.
5 more minutes to help your throat.
Yeah, I mean, I'm good now, but yeah. You guys go ahead.
Okay, I'll cue the video.
Alright. You're back, guys.
Yo, Cookie.
Hey,
I've had like Love Snow and saying like say to me that I don't know how you can cast well that blasted. Can you tell when I'm casting that I'm blasted or not?
No, I can't tell.
Yeah, I did think that most people would be able to tell.
I'm usually in the same boat as you, I guess. So. Yeah, let's I'll just play the video one more time.
Boys.
So boys,
Hello?
smoke it up.
Got some homegrown okra, homegrown green beans, and homegrown pig meat.
Pig meat? You got some pig meat?
Yeah.
Where I come from, we call that pork.
Where you come from?
Over the holler.
Stop. Making me uncomfortable.
Make me uncomfortable? Why is that?
You don't talk like that.
I'm not saying you talk like that. I'm just, being a bit more southern.
We're not from the savannah. We're Alabama.
Oh, I know.
This is deep south, not southwest.
All right, don't have that Havana kind of twang to you. I understand you.
I want to hear you. What do you think we sound like here in Alabama? How do you think the accent goes?
I don't know, Ozzy. You don't sound Alabamian.
Yeah, I know I don't. Talking about everybody around me.
I don't know. I don't think I've ever tried, so I don't think I could get it.
Okay. Pretty disappointed, but also not surprised. So not actually disappointed if you think about it. You've met expectations. There is potential for a great joke here. Is it going to be like an incest joke or something? Because I swear to God, I've never heard that one before.
Well, I kind of can't push to talk while I'm cleaning my vape out, so maybe I would be saying some shit. There's a lot of times I have to bite my tongue with Arzi Dahaki. I have to resist the temptation.
Why?
Don't like you enough to make fun of you.
That kind of sucks. What, you think I can't take it? Do you think I can dish it out this much and then not be able to take someone joking with me?
I think you can take it. I think you'd enjoy taking it too much for me to be comfortable.
That's actually a big part of the problem, yeah. Anytime I find a girl that will like pick a fight with me like that or trash talk with me like that, I'm like, alright, I have to marry this one.
But you might enjoy it a little bit too much.
Yeah. All I want to do is argue and fight.
No, you don't.
No.
That's never what you want to do.
Okay.
Post it up there, guys.
Post it up there, bud.
Post it up there, bud. Go out for a rip, did you, bud?
I think my Canadian accent's better than yours, which is weird because you're North American. You should be doing a better job than me. Although he is from the Commonwealth and I'm British, so I guess that is neutralized. I'll let you off, Arzi.
I don't know what you're talking. What are you talking about?
You guys feeling good?
I feel fantastic.
I'm talking about your inability to do a good Canadian accent.
Let's do this.
Alright.
All you wanted was to argue, play Hollywood's Indies every night. True, I did for like 10 years. I just tried to make a
Alright.
pro.
Let's just jump right into it. We got spawning in the top left as the blue Protoss Bagel Pyro with such a cool name like that. How can you not want him to win?
Yes.
Opponent in the bottom right on this map parody, so none other than Arcane wins.
Can we give Bagel Pirates an on-air apology for his flag mistake?
Oh, we put the wrong flag on.
Are you not Canadian?
Oh,
He's American, apparently.
oh, we humbly listen. Okay.
Don't say we.
We understand. Okay. You're not a leaf. We apologize. Moving on.
You're one of my people, Bagel, and I appreciate that.
I prefer the leaves, though. To be fair.
Okay. I assume you're just salty about the war, or what?
A little bit. Oh yeah, let's just say also it was the whole like stealing credit thing over the course of history and
What did we
being
steal
absolute
credit for?
sausage monkeys. And plus they're like, Canadians are part of the Commonwealth after all,
Am I
So I
not?
guess they're even though there's a special, you're not part of the Commonwealth. What are you talking about? You're part of NATO.
I mean, the
guess
gas
to
coming out of
some-
Arcane wins here.
Did you enjoy the coronation?
I didn't watch the coronation. I was too busy playing StarCraft, getting shit done, putting in the hours, son. Where were you?
Practicing.
There we go. That's what I like to hear.
I was probably playing League. Milking cows.
Milking cows.
No, I think it was like 4 a.m. here, so I was sleeping.
What time is it there now?
It's 5 p.m.
I actually was getting up to milk the cows then, yeah. Alright, so we have 2 gate versus 1 gate. It's going to be the Goon opener for Arcane wins, 2 gate for Bagel Pirate, and when you go 2 gate against this, you typically are trying to look for a little bit of damage. So we're going to get the 3 Zealots coming out. Unfortunately for Bagel Pirate, it is cross spawn, which is kind of worst case scenario for this build matchup. We'll see how Arcane defends, or chooses to defend when he sees this. If the Zealot's positioned right, though, he won't be able to get the scout up, and he actually won't know he's against 2 gate right away.
Right. I guess it's cross map, so there's something to be said for that as well. Like it's slightly longer distancing, giving him slightly increased odds at holding it, maybe. But it's wait, you didn't see the other 2 Zealots of the probe, right?
No, he did not.
Wait.
But he sees it. He's got
He
vision
sees
of
them
it
now.
too. Yeah.
He sees them now, so he must be tipped off to what's going on.
Yeah, and so I was actually going to mention this too. Arcane did a forward second pylon, which was for exactly this reason, is so he can get the shield battery if he sees the move out. So he's not going to take any damage here whatsoever.
I really like this from Arcane Wins, and the fact that it's cross map just gives him so much more breathing room as well. I feel like
Yeah.
it's really favors him now.
Yeah, no, this is very, very good for Arcane wins. So there's essentially 2 different follow-ups. He can go, Bagel Pirate can go into... Well, we only sent 2 across and kept 1 here to block the scout, which I actually really like. He's going to go up to 3 gate, so we're just going to go 3 gate Goon, like all in. This can break Arcane wins if Arcane's teching, which it does look like he probably wants to go 1 gate Robo here. And he's going to feel very comfortable after defending this, like very easily here. So we're almost definitely going to see a Robo come down behind this, I feel like.
Yeah, I feel like that'd be the best choice as well. I mean, he has the gas for it. I mean, you'd expect him to do something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
He is going to be maybe picking up the Zealot as well. It's going to be a nice little victory for him, because if he does kill this Zealot, he then maybe could put some pressure on the front to maybe sniff out what's going on and maybe have a better reaction to what's coming as well. What do you think? Do you think it'd be wise for him to try and put some pressure on the front at this situation, or do you feel like he needs to be really passive?
For Arcane,
Yeah, like based on what he scouted.
based on this opener, moving across the map is perfectly fine, I feel like. Because you want to see if it's a Nexus coming down or not.
Mm-hmm. That's what I thought.
And I guess it's not going to be all in
from
from Bagel.
Gonna be.
Yeah, so it's going to be 3-gate and Nexus, which is kind of interesting.
We kind of cut production a little bit, right? Like he's not making 3 Dragoons at once.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what you have to do. If you're going to go 3-gate into Nexus, you're not able to actually afford 3 gates for a little bit. So we went 3-gate and then Nexus and then have to cut. So a better way of doing it, if you want to do something like this, I guess would be 2-gate Nexus and then you add the 3rd gate after.
Yeah, might be a better optimization. Okay, so needs to be careful with how he positions his Dragoons here. It's very easy for the fight to go one-sided if you make a small error. So if Arcane was a little bit sloppy here and took some Dragoon hits for free, this game could be really bad really quickly. He does try to poke in with 2,002 Dragoons to get on top of this bomb Dragoon.
Aggressive.
Oh, extremely aggressive. I can't believe he's going for this, but he's still going to maybe get a Dragoon for his trouble, maybe even the second. This is absolutely an amazing play from Arcane Winds to be able to get in there and get those 2 Dragoons, but he's going to get punished on the retreat though, so it wasn't really a good play. That was like one of the best case scenarios for him, and he still will lose these Dragoons for his trouble, so I'm really shocked he went in there, but still interesting that he managed to get those 2 Dragoons down.
Yeah, I think we were going to get out with 2 goons. It looked like it may have been a misclick, and we actually walked, like, move commanded the goons back in as we were leaving. The thing about this that really is bad for Arcane is we actually had Reaver production coming in behind us. When you see, like, a build like this, like, you see the expansion and stuff coming down after the 2-gate follow-up, or opener, rather, a Reaver bus can be really, really powerful, but your goon production in the beginning is not going to be really high. So you trading goons for his goons is better for him because you have less coverage on your Reavers when you come out for the push.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now this is kind of going to be really hard for him to hold his natural with this many Dragoons coming down. We only have 3 here for Arcane Winds.
The thing is, Bagel never started range.
Wait, what? Really?
Yeah, he doesn't have range right now.
Oh, well, that actually changes things by quite a large margin. I don't think Bagel can really do much here, but he will. I mean, he can still kind of set up the contain. It's very hard to push down a ramp with Reavers, but if Arcane Winds identifies that these Dragoons don't have range, he might be able to get something done here and like start skirmishing down the Dragoons with the Reaver. Does try to drop the Reaver onto the low ground, gets 1 Scarab, or protects the Reaver from some of the side of shots, but the shot's all dangerously low on HP, down to 7. 1 shot from being taken down. Needs to be careful. Might lose that shuttle now and does in fact do so. Big Scarab hit though, going to be splashing 3 of those Dragoons. Beautiful shot there. 2 of those Dragoons dangerously low on HP. So we'll be backing out Bagel from that natural and allow him to take his own expansion. Another Reaver going to be slugging it down to the natural as well, with another shuttle being produced in the meantime. So we'll eventually be getting that shuttle out with those 2 Reavers to maybe put on some pressure. But right now he's looking pretty strong. I think he's done a pretty good job. I mean, he is down a little bit in the sense that Bagel Pirates had his expansion online a little bit longer than him, so it is kind of bad for him in that sense, but he's already got the Reavers out, he's already got the tech out, whereas Bagel Pirates going to be trying to play catch up, maybe getting into Storm eventually. Yeah,
I'm beginning to question my sanity. Maybe he does have range. I'm not 100% sure right now. I couldn't really tell during that fight, but yeah, so here's where things can be like a little bit iffy for Arcane Winds. So you do want to push across and start your Reaver push, but you know that he's been on 2 base for a long time and you did lose a lot of goons early, right? This is really hard because if you run into the army too quickly and you don't get to kite backwards with your Reaver, you're just going to get overwhelmed. And you can see in the goon count, like, Bagel Pirate has a lot of goons here moving forward. And this is kind of what I meant, like, if the fight starts before you're really able to chip away at this, it can be really, really sketchy if those goons get on top of the Reavers.
There's some beautiful Scarab hits. Oh, so much maximum damage and a nice little pickup from Arcane Winds as well, mitigating a lot of the damage coming in from those side disruptor shots from those Dragoons. 1 Reaver does fall. Both Reavers do fall. Nice pick off from Bagel Pirate, trying to flip the script on Arcane just a little bit by picking off those heavy gas tech units from Arcane Winds. Is currently still ahead in economy, so does stabilize his position a little bit. So I kind of like this so far for Bagel Pirate. How do you feel overall about this game thus far?
Yeah, absolutely. Bagel Pirate feels really good about this. You're getting in a Templar tech behind this, which is the counter to the Reaver tech. Blue for sure is missing range. Yeah, I could kind of tell in that fight. But yeah, you feel really good. You got the Templar tech coming out. You just killed both Reavers, so you don't even have to worry about like Reaver drops right away. Right? You're not worried about anything dropping in your economy. You actually move the probe forward to take a 3rd base, which I agree with. once you're on Storm Tech and you know your opponent's going to be behind on Storm Tech, you just really feel in control. Like, your army is going to trade really well. They typically are going to remake more Reavers, which is going to further delay their tech. And you actually can find a timing if you can get them inside of their base and you come across with a bunch of Goon, Storm, Zealot, and you kind of force them to like choke inside of their base, then you can usually kill them relatively easily. But I agree with taking a third base here for Bagel, but we are going up to a fair amount of gateways right now. So I'm not sure if he wants to get aggressive or what we're going to be doing here.
Yeah, I don't know. He's like kind of scaling up his production, like he wants to do a 2-base timing, but he also looks like he wants to expand at the same time. So not quite sure how he wants to maneuver from here. We do have a shuttle with a Reaver coming up the left flank, right up against the wall, seeing if he can sneak in and get something done. There is a cannon in this natural to shut this down a little bit, but could still focus fire with these Scarabs and get a lot of probe kills. Oh, that's a big, juicy one. He's got to be happy with that.
Absolutely.
Arcane Wind's going to be retreating with that shuttle post-haste, with the shuttle speed, going to be able to make sure those goons can't catch up to it, and we'll be safely avoiding losing that shuttle. And a big, big win there for Arcane Winds, getting all those probes with that one Scarab. Nice target firing, I would say.
Yeah, and with that one Reaver shot, we're ahead on economy right now. We got Citadel finishing up, so Templar Archives is going to be coming down behind that. So this is turning into a relatively even game now. I would even argue that Arcane, with that one shot, is actually a little bit in the lead.
Yeah, I would say he's a little bit in the lead. The one thing going for Bagel is that we will eventually have that Storm online, like we were saying. So yeah, it's hard to call for exactly who could take this game. Are we for certain that he didn't get Dragoon range, or does he have it? Because
I'm like 80% sure he does not have it right now.
Okay. Well, I'm going to be looking out for that and seeing if we can decipher whether or not he eventually does have it, or will remember to get it at some point, because it's going to be a big issue for him if he hasn't got that Dragoon range. Observers moving across the map to spot what's what might be seeing just how many Dragoons there are of Arcane Winds, and might help him make some decisions in moving out or being a bit more defensive and taking these expansions. He does have a few Templars online, with Storm finishing up research soon, so if he can hang on a little bit longer, he will have 2 Storms apiece on these Templars, and that's going to be a huge power spike for him going up against these big clumps of Dragoons and Reaver.
Yeah, Arcane looks like he's foregoing Templar tech. He's just now dropping his Forge. We do have +1 finish for Bagel Pirate, and in PvP the +1 and like the attack upgrades in general scale really well in the fights. With good storming, although we only have, what, 1 Templar here? 1 Templar is not going to be enough to be able to take this fight.
Okay, well, the Reavers are going to be unloaded from the shuttle, and like Arcane Winds was already set up in a nice little pincer maneuver. Bagel kind of just like walked into him there. He tried to board his ship, and it didn't work out for him. Like, I think he realized that this was not like one of those, like, you know, undefended trader ships that you can just, like, you know, get your loot and get out. Like, he realized it was like a Majesty Royal Service, fully equipped. Not exactly a ship you want to board and try and take over there, Mr. Bagel Pirate. You're gonna have to be running with your tail between your legs in short order, and he's looking really in a dangerous way now. Is down 88 supply to 133 from Arcane Winds, and also down in 10 probes, so a lot of production, a lot of army coming out from Arcane Winds. He's moving in for the kill to try and box in this army at the 3rd base natural location. Huge storm going down on those Dragoons, with the Reavers being landed to the eastern threshold, trying to take some pot shots at these Dragoons before being shuffled back to the front lines. Nice storm coming down onto that Reaver, but it gets picked up by the shuttle. Wow, he manages to keep the Reaver alive temporarily. That was temporarily really amazing micro from Arcane Winds. Does lose the shuttle and Reaver eventually, but moving in to the natural choke. Going to be putting on a little more pressure, taking 1 more Dragoon kill for his trouble, losing 1 to the cannon, and now going to be setting up a little bit of a contain. I think he wants to go for it, though. He has some Zealots to tank these photon cannons while the Reaver moves into position to start shelling the front line. Zealots are coming out, but Reaver Scarabs are really good against Zealots. If he starts target firing these Zealots, the Reaver might go down to the Zealot. 1 more hit, and it does go down. Bagel Pirate able to pick off that Reaver with the hook on his left hand. Absolute madman pirate here, trying to make it work, but he is down a lot in supply right now. It's looking a little bit like Peter Pan versus Hook, though, right? Like, a lot more energy in Arcane Winds, but a little bit of devious strategy from Bagel Pirate trying to claw his way back into this.
Yeah, the Reaver actually ran out of scarabs, by the way. He started trying to rebuild scarabs during the fight, that's why I didn't fire for so long. But did confirm during that fight, watching it, he 100% does not have gun range right now.
Well, that's going to be an absolute nightmare for him when he realizes if he has. Do you reckon he even knows now? Do you think like him watching the cast is the moment that he realizes that he didn't have range?
It's
like,
very possible, yeah. I feel like that probably happens. Like I feel like we saw that with Dragon the other day, even possibly, right, where he forgot range and he may have never noticed because he never started it the entire game.
Right. That's crazy to think about. I mean, imagine discovering that. Like, you'd really be kicking yourself afterwards. Like, damn.
By the way, we have DTs coming across the map, and we have 0 observers. We don't even have an observatory for
Hey, we have
Arcane Winds.
Storm, okay? We can keep storming eventually. We can make Archons and attack our own Zealots and eventually kill them. It's okay. It's not okay.
It's not okay. This can actually do some serious damage. Not only can we kill pros, but we can start picking off a ton of Templar afterwards as well. We actually start fusing Archons here.
But he's going to do what I say. He's going to start target firing down his own probes to kill the Archons. It's going to take a long time for this observatory to finish once he does finally start building it. Archons are now finished. Will he target his own units to kill the DTs? It could be a Pimpus play that we need for him to come back from losing too many of these probes, but so far losing so many probes. 11 kills on that DT in the natural and 5, 6 in the main, racking them up. This is devastating for Arcane Winds. He's still on 46 probes. He hasn't lost too much just yet. Wait, is he not building an observatory?
No, we're not even building an observatory.
He's building a cannon in his main base. He's building a single cannon in his main base, and he's building another cannon somewhere else. Okay. This is not really the response you want to have at this stage in the game, but it's the response that we're having nonetheless. It seems like Arcane Winds is hesitating a little bit on what to do with his army. You need observers!
Yeah,
he's got DTs!
You can't even attack into him. Like, you have to have observers.
Like, the thought process is make observatory. Now he starts the observatory as an afterthought.
He did storm the DT in the main base, by the way.
There you go. See, I told you. Now he just needs to park the Now he just needs to park the Zealot next to the DT and target with the Archon. You can do it, buddy. I believe.
He's gonna walk into the cannon.
2023. Ooh,
Oh my god! But it'll hit the other cannon.
No way, that DT didn't die. Oh my god, what are we watching? Absolute madness of a clown show is this game. Only in a Protoss versus Protoss can stuff like that happen. I'm telling you.
Did the observatory at the natural, but I would have loved to have seen him go after the Robo. After he got all the probes evacuated, and just further delay the fact that Arcane Winds won't be able to push. Now, in this situation, Bagel Pirate, he's moving out for an attack, but we still can't attack into the cannons and storm. We kind of needed to set up defensively, and we could use the advantage we just got, maybe to take our 4th base instead of long-distance mining, but...
Bagel's army is completely out of position. He's getting on top of the 3rd base, but he's going to get absolutely sandwiched and pushed up against the cliff. Beautiful storms from Arcane Winds, forcing his army out of position even more and into the range of more Dragoons and more Zealots and more Archon support. Absolute madness as Arcane Winds chews through this army, mopping it all up. Clean up on aisle 3, says Arcane Winds. Let's get these pirates out of here. Arcane Winds, more of a privateer, not really respecting these pirates all that much, it seems, Ozzy.
No. With that attack, I don't know that Bagel Pirate can survive with his rangeless goons. We do have a DT trailing the army right now, but we finally have observers coming out behind this push.
Yeah, the DT could be annoying and start sniping off some high tempers meanwhile, but so far both players really heavily distracted. Bagel Pirate in like hot retreat all the way back to the line of his cannons. They're throwing out some storms of desperation to try and mop up these huge swaths of Protoss forces coming out of Arcane Winds. Zealots getting on top of the Dragoons, soaking up most of the damage, and then once they're dead, we've got this huge line of Dragoons laying siege from behind the side. Disruptor Shot's now going to tactically withdraw back out into the open threshold, getting some more space, maybe putting on some pressure in other locations. Has a Zealot right now trying to pick away at the probes, long distance mining at that 3rd natural. So looks like Arcane Winds in a very commanding position right now. Bagel Pirate trying to fight for every inch, but being absolutely dominated in the open field right now. So it looks like if if Arcane wins and just get up here and punish some of these bases, it looks like he might be able to force Bagel Pirate to tap out. But so far, Arcane Wind's being a little bit indecisive with his army, has been kind of shuffling around and trying to zone out and act as a screening fleet from this Bagel Pirate player here. Unfortunately for him, not being able to get in to any action. No prize for him today, as the fleet of Arcane Wind's going to be shutting him out of any potential from gaining a foothold in this open field and blocking him out from this 12 o'clock location. But there is some cannons finishing up now at 12, so it might be able to hold on to this base for a little bit, RZ. What do you think? Do you think there's any chance of stabilizing from here?
With these 3 cannons finishing, right, if he's able to get a flank, like if he tries to push into 12 and then he gets flanked by the army, Bagel Pirate can actually defend. The only issue is that I just don't see where Bagel Pirate goes from here, right? Even if he survives, we have Arcane Winds going up to 4 base now. And I just... Arcane Winds has like the bigger probe count, so his economy is going to be a way ahead. I like his army composition just looks really good right now. We have a decent Templar count. I guess Bagel Pirate does as well, but he doesn't quite have the energy on these Templars, so moving in, he's got to be careful of him getting stormed and sniped here. And I actually don't like Bagel Pirate coming out to fight right now. We're in a bad position. We have a lot of defensive cannons set up, so it feels like your best bet is to try and make Arcane fight into your cannons instead of coming out to meet him.
Huge storms from both sides there as well. Looks like but even though the position still looks really good for, oh, look at those storms!
Great
Stacked storms, but killing so much as well. Even though like the position looks better for Arcane Winds, the fights have been fairly even in trade, so the supplies haven't really jostled too much further apart. So right now Bagel Pirate has kind of stabilized the position a little bit, though he is down a base. It is a bit of a weird situation he finds himself in. It's going to be hard for him to build up a large enough army to start taking expansions and getting out on the map again, but he's definitely fighting tooth and nail and making Arcane Winds work for this win.
Yeah, for sure. He's definitely doing a really good job of holding on. Our natural's going to mine out pretty soon, so we're going to be on 1 base economy versus it like 2.5-ish base. Yeah, he's going to need to establish a 4th relatively quickly, and Arcane Winds did run all the way home, so it is possible that we could get a 4th base up right now.
Yeah, we do have a shuttle moving down to the south, which is going to be dropping at the 6 o'clock location of a DT, Zealot, and High Templar inside, so it could be a little bit of a triple action. Zealot to tank the cannon, DT to start harassing, and Templar to start storming the probe line. Be getting a lot of economic damage onto Arcane Winds, much needed. But another cannon warping in just in time might make this all the more harder for this to pay off. The shuttle might just barely not go down, though. If he was a genius, he might be able to target fire that shuttle with the cannons, but storms his own units in the process. Did manage to kill some of the probes, but still down 11 workers, and will lose that shuttle on the way out, unfortunately for him. So slightly unsuccessful drop, I would say.
Sadly unsuccessful, but it is the right idea, right? Like, he knows he's behind, and getting some economic damage at this point could easily bring him back into the game, so it was the right idea, just a little bit unlucky on the timing. The cannon did finish just in time, right, as he was coming in, and we didn't end up in an ideal position for our storm to get a whole lot of probes there.
Well, it looks like Bagel Pirate will be trying to move out onto the map with some Zealots while trying to retake his 4th base. But yeah, again, but he is currently mined out, so it's 2 bases versus 1 base until he gets that online. So a little bit problematic for Bagel Pirate. Going to be slightly drying up in his production. Needs to be able to hold off for some time. There's a huge army for Arcane Winds. Lots of Zealots, lots of Dragoons, plenty of Storms. So it's a bit of a tough situation for Arcane Winds. Somehow a stray High Templar just chilling out, going to be picked off. Meanwhile, the Zealots at the 6 o'clock going to be wanting to get on top of these cannons. Can they maybe do something here while the army's out of position? Pick off these cannons and maybe get the kill on the Nexus. It is possible, I guess. There's not many units here right now. It's going to be close, but he's not targeting down the Nexus. Okay, now he's starting to focus down the Nexus. It's going to be tight. I think he can just barely get it still. Nice little play from him here. And Arcane Winds is hooing and harring with his army too much. He needed to just go and attack maybe, because there was a point of weakness there. The Zealots were out of position, not able to help with this army. A huge storm comes down. 3 of the High Templars falling in short order. Bagel Pirate completely open right now. Arcane Winds just blowing right through him. This pirate is having a rough day. It's a choppy day at the sea right now. His ship is like going all over the place, mate. This guy is in a world of hurt.
Well, the issue is we don't have Observer with this push, so we have just 4 DT wreaking havoc on the army the entire fight so far. So Bagel's actually going to stop this push. We killed the 4th. Arcane is floating a lot of money, but the supplies are evening up. The Observer did come in, so we cleaned up all the DT now. I honestly, like, looking at these fights, if Bagel Pirate had range...
Yeah, he'd probably be winning, right? If he had range. Do you know what's funny, Ozzy? He actually has grade advantage. He has 2 armor on these Dragoons. He'd be dominating in these fights if he just had that goon range.
And I did see him say in chat that he only just realized it when we pointed it out on cast.
Oh no, I had a feeling that might be the case, but I hope you don't take that too much to heart there, bud. Like, we all make mistakes at the end of the day.
Yeah, we had an S player do it in the last series, so last week.
Can we point out how the long distance mining of the natural third is actually returning the minerals to the main nexus, because that's the nexus that is closest to the mineral field?
I noticed that earlier too, and it reminded me of my game on Eclipse when that happened to me.
It is what it is. It might have been better for him to mine on the right hand side. Maybe it would return to the 12 o'clock. I don't know.
That is, yeah, maybe. That is crazy, actually, that it goes left instead of right, because it actually is a big loss.
Yeah, it's purely based on distance. It doesn't draw the geometry of the map at all, so it's just pure vector distance to the nexus directly.
Bagel, I want you to know my friend Ice Princess, she said, "Go Bagel Pirate." I don't know who they are, but they have a great name, and I 100% agree.
Oh, me too. This big force of Bagel Pirate moving into the 6 o'clock position, going to be trying to target down this Archon, is successful in doing so. The Arcane Winds Dragoons coming in, kind of bottlenecks, are struggling to get in into fine surface area to all start shooting, so maybe some small opportunity here for Bagel Pirate to trade well. Zealots, the Dragoons getting a little bit bugged out as well. Could be good news for Bagel Pirate to trade more and more effectively here to at least get some value out of these units dying. Trading off pretty effectively thus far. There is another storm though. So far, pretty beautiful storms coming out of Arcane Winds in this series, really landing them well on the Dragoons and units of Bagel Pirate. So far, it looks like he's really commanding the skies and using the nature to his ability. Arcane Winds showing that he's a bit more of a storm user rather than just a wind user.
So we have Arcane Winds transferring to bottom left here as 4th base. Bagel Pirate's 4th did finish, so they are temporarily on even economy right now, which is kind of crazy considering how this game has gone. What do you think, though? Do you think Bagel Pirate actually has a way back into this game?
It's a really rough way back into the game. The main issue is that we don't have a large enough force to challenge these expansions of Arcane Winds. I think Arcane Winds has realized that just by pushing down the gas accelerator is not going to be the way to win this game. I think he knows that he's just going to need to expand behind this and kind of control the map with his superior army. So yeah, it's kind of a rough situation for Bagel Pirate. I think it could be won with good drop harass if he was storm dropping all these expansions. Meanwhile, setting up these 4 bases, it could look a lot different, but there's such a huge force of Arcane Winds. He's going to just swallow up a Bagel Pirate. He needs absolute amazing storms to hold on here. I don't think he's going to quite manage it. He's trying, though. He's going to start blanketing down onto these Zealots with as many storms as possible, but all of his infantry gets swallowed up, and now the High Templar is completely going to be throwing a few Desperation Storms onto the army of Arcane Winds, but will be cleaned up in short order. One big, nice storm left to finish off, to try and help steal as much damage as possible, but there's just not enough rallied units to come down and save this expansion. So yet again, Bagel Pirate will have this base completely eliminated, and GG is called.
GG, twice even.
GG twice. Such a good game, he said it twice.
Crazy. You're not the first one today, Bagel, to forget range on your units, so don't even feel bad about it. You're the 3rd one I've seen of the tournament so far.
Yep, first win on the board in this series, putting Loveboat a little bit closer to another win in this overall big epic match between Team Loveboat and Rocket Raiders. We're going to be going into game number 2 here shortly once we decide on what map will be decided on, as the loser gets to pick from the map pool.
A Tempest.
Tempest.
This is our first time on Tempest today, yeah?
It is, and it's a 3-player map. So it's going to be a little bit asymmetrical, a little bit interesting.
Don't know that I've seen a game on this map yet, actually.
I don't think it's been played that much in NSL so far. But we do have spawning in the bottom right quadrant of the map. He's currently 1-0 down, but he's got a fantastic name. He's got a good hook. That's all that matters. It's Bagel Pirate. That's the red Protoss. And his opponent in a 12 o'clock position, looking rather fierce and blowing straight through his enemy. It's Arcane Winds. That's the blue Protoss. Rather dashing looking fellow. Ozzy nonplussed by the beauty of this Protoss Chad.
Yeah, it's true. So I wonder if we're gonna see a 2-gate Bagel again, or if we're gonna get like the 1-gate Cyber this time, and what the follow-up would be, that kind of thing. I know a lot of players, like, typically they like to stick to one thing in PvP. So usually if you see someone 2-gating, at least, unless they've played a fair amount of it, then you end up kind of going back to your comfort over and over again. I don't feel like the opening was necessarily like bad for Bagel, because we ended up on an early natural and we defended the Reaver push, right? So he was ahead in the beginning. So I'm curious if he would like to run it back again and just kind of do it a little bit better, or if we want to mix it up.
It's hard to say. I think that they might want to run it back just out of comfort, maybe, if that's what they prepped for. That's what they feel like they're confident doing. Even it might not necessarily be the optimal choice. We do have the gas being thrown down from Arcane Winds, and actually Bagel going to be throwing down the gas as well. So we'll be seeing tech play out of both players. I like to see that.
Yeah, I like it too. When I'm playing PvP, I love it when we both have the same opener like this. It's very comfortable for me.
Yeah, kind of just like I mean, I guess there's still the possibility of there's only one mana pylon spot you have to worry about in the 12 o'clock, but there is 3 mana pylon spots you have to worry about in the bottom right. A little bit of a discrepancy there, having to worry about that extra potential pressure from those mana pylons coming down if you're in this bottom right position, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. And mana pylon is pretty good if they skip the Zealot. It's definitely worth at that point, but both players going for their Zealot, so even if we do mana pylon, it's not going to be too painful to deal with.
Okay, well, we got both probe scouts in the base, but looks like the probe scout or Bagel Pirate going to bite the dust that first Zealot, unfortunately. Meanwhile, Arcane Winds' probe going to be sliding around in the mineral line, denying a little bit of mining by trying to mine the same patches, but taking a bit of hold damage for his trouble, but causing a lot of Moss mining time. Does lose the probe. I'm not sure that was quite worth it, but he did pull a few probes off the line and slightly messed up the mining of Bagel Pirate, so it was a slight disruption for his probe death, whereas Bagel Pirate didn't get anything for his probe death, so I would say slight edge to Arcane Winds there.
Yeah, I would say so. The other thing too is Bagel was actually down a probe, like he's already behind a probe production anyway, so... Oh, we're actually going to get DT. Out of Bagel.
Well, okay. Well, okay. Now we're cooking.
And I didn't realize this. I was wondering how Arcane's Zealot was so far ahead of Bagel Pirates, but it's because we delayed the core for such a long time. So we're both going to be getting DT.
From Arcane.
So this
okay.
But this favors Bagel like massively, right? If yours is slightly faster, it can make a huge difference. And the reason this is so good is because your first DT goes across the map, and then your second DT blocks the ramp. So if your DT is a little bit faster, you're just guaranteed to win that trade. Worst case, it'll come out even, but just having Go ahead.
Do you remember the Pimpus play of DT blocking the ramp, and the other guy gets 3 DTs in a base trade scenario and boosts his DT over the wall by morphing a Dark Archon? Do you remember that, Ozzy?
I've never seen that before. That sounds amazing.
Is that not amazing? Is that not amazing?
Here's the crazy thing. Arcane is also going Robo, so we're going for the drop DT.
Okay, well, mind blown. We're going to be seeing DT on DT action. This is like something you usually see on like some kind of like underground porn website, but you're seeing it here first on NSL. So strap right in, boys. It's going to be a bumpy clown fiesta.
So looking at this, I want to know if you know the answer. Do you know who this favors, the situation right now?
I would say it favors Arcane Winds quite heavily, especially because he has a robo which can be getting an observatory eventually, and we have the ability to drop the DTs into the main base while being able to wall off our own ramp with the DTs.
Yeah, I mostly agree. The difference is, because we've invested so much more into the DT, and we're actually going to be flying across our gas into other things, and we're going to be flying across the early DTs. If we let a DT into our main base as Arcane, which becomes pretty likely, Bagel's actually going to have... He kind of auto-wins if a DT gets inside at this point, because Bagel's actually going Forge. We're going to have cannons behind the DT, so we're going to be able to defend our Nexus. It's going to be at least our natural. And the reason I'm worried for Arcane Winds is because we're not going to have DT on our ramp to defend, but we already have the defensive cannon coming up.
Yeah, he has a second... Yeah, this is actually a good point. With
Because he's going to want to load it.
And he's going to get in with the DT, look. I don't think he expects... Oh, the probe is blocking the DT!
God.
Oh my god, the probe blocked the DT enough to buy him some time, at least.
We won't be able to get there in time.
Okay, he's going to just make the observatory and go. He's just going to take the gamble, it seems. Oh, this is absolutely craziness.
This could get wild.
Like Clown Fiesta. Yeah, it's going to get wild up in here.
Bagel loses his... Like, this is how it potentially plays out. Bagel loses his main... Oh, we're going to fly into the cannons, though? Oh, no. Not like this.
No, not like this. No.
Oh my god.
And he's going to get the observatory as well. This is absolutely crazy. He didn't start an
Oh,
observer. He can't even make an observer. GG. Bagel Pirate getting the hook in and just clawing out Arcane's face. Get out of here. It's tiebreaker time. We're going into game number 3 between these absolute titans, man. That's what I'm talking about.
Crazy.
That was some X-rated PvP action, man. Might be seeing that on like YouPorn sometime later. Jeez.
Yeah, those are the kind of games where it's like little bitty micro things make such a massive difference. Like if we started the Observer right away. Did the Observatory finish? I wasn't watching.
It finished. He was targeting it down.
Did he have time to start an Observer?
He had time, but he did have gas.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so the crazy thing was, if he were able to get an Observer going, it probably would have hatched him, or finished in time. And he actually, that DT, managed to walk past the cannons and get into the main base of Bagel Pirate.
Wow, man. Absolutely crazy. PvP is always spicy, right? Like something's going down in a PvP. It's really rare that both players just do Reaver, expand, and chill. You know what I mean?
It's very rare, yeah.
All right, well, we're going to be going into...
Something happened?
I'm rooting for Bagel Pirate. I want Bagel Pirate to win. I don't care about bias.
I mean, yeah. He's not on my team. I want him to win too.
But we do have spawning in the top left as the Red Protoss. Having a little bit of a rough time of it, losing that shuttle like that. It's Arcane Winds. He needs to get control over his elements soon, or the game might run away with him. And his opponent in the top right. He's stolen himself a nice little ship now. He's gotten a nice little ship. He can go on another little cruise, I think, and maybe get another prize for him. Start building his fleet, you know, become like some kind of like pirate admiral of sorts and have multiple vessels under his control. Would be really nice to see it. It's Bagel Pirate in the top right. That's the blue Protoss.
What do they call it when pirates are like out on the ocean stealing from people? There's a term for it, right? Do you remember what that is?
A term for when pirates are out hunting on the ocean, actively prize hunting, you mean?
Yeah, like when they're like looting ships and stuff. I swear there's a term for it, but I can't think of it.
Maybe there is, but I can't draw it right now.
Plundering.
Plundering, yeah, that's it.
Oh, plundering, there you go.
Well, it took too long to get there, so...
Well, Bagel Pirate is plundering, while Arcane Winds is thundering. Let's see what we're going to happen in this tiebreaker. Gateways both being thrown down for these players. Will they be making gases? Will they be making a second gateway. We'll find out shortly. Looks like it's going to be the gas option out of Bagel and Arcane, both choosing that tech. Yet again, a little bit of a flashback to game number 2 we just had. So both players feeling confident with how that game went, enough to choose the same tech choice. Bagel Pirate doing a fairly earlier scout, though, going to be identifying Arcane wins momentarily and getting a good scout off on where he is in this game state. Whereas Arcane wins going to be seeing that scouting probe come in. Could he glean exactly where it came from? No, he's going to be scouting in the wrong direction. Didn't get enough vision range to see where that probe came in. So we'll be scouting. He's going to be scouting him last. So do you think that comes into play at all in this sort of mirror situation or not?
It can for sure, but if Arcane is thinking about it, it shouldn't be last scout. He should go bottom left to top right because that scout was so fast. So he should know at least that he's going to be top right. One thing I want to say with Arcane, I really like that a second pylon's always forward on his ramp like this. One
just because
thing
it gives him so much flexibility in dealing with pressure. And
yeah, exactly.
Battery.
So one thing that Bagel Pirate does do consistently when he does this build better than Arcane is that you actually don't want to start your Zealot before you've started your core. Arcane starts his Zealot first, which is why his core ends up being so late.
Okay. Do you think he's doing that because he's worried about the early pressure and he wants a higher Zealot count
Absolutely.
Earlier?
So,
yeah, so he's kind of...
Yeah, he's doing a second Zealot. He's doing a second Zealot after core, and that's because it is good. Like, that will stop the 3 Zealot pressure, like, really easily. Like, he wants to go into second Zealot and have the forward battery, but it just does make, like, a really, really big difference in these mirrors like this when you both open core.
Okay, well, Bagel has got this probe scout just chilling in the main base of Arcane. He's going to have to get a Dragoon out to kill this if he's... Ooh, takes a lot of damage from those probes as it slips through the mineral line down to 10 HP. Is currently one shot to the Zealot until it heats up a little bit more. Takes some more particle beams. Does go down to the probe line of Arcane wins. Nice little pick off from him. Going to be denying as much scouting as possible while the probe scout in the main base of Bagel is sniped by the Dragoon. So both players being denied any further vision in each other's bases. So what they saw is all they can glean from this moment onwards until observers are out.
Yeah, Arcane did get enough information. Well, kind of, like, obviously one more, but he did see the second gateway come down, so that already lets him know that it's not, like, anything crazy fast. Like DT or anything like that. Meanwhile, on the flip side, Bagel Pirate has absolutely no clue what Arcane could be going for.
Right.
And this is the PvP experience. Is you're both sitting inside your base, and it's just like, God, I wonder what's happening on the other side.
Yeah, I like the robo positioning of Bagel and Arcane. I like when Protoss players make their robo just a little bit closer to the ramp so the Reaver can slug it down there just a little bit easier.
You don't like it when I make them top left and they get stuck in my mineral line?
Oh, I definitely don't like it when you do that, RZP. Alright, so who's going to take their expansion first? Are they both going to take it at the same time? Is one going to take it a little bit later? We have 2 gateways out of Bagel to the singular one of Arcane wins. Do you think that's going to affect the decision making here? Is he going to try and expand with just this one gateway? He's going to be going to Reavers.
Yeah, I think it's kind of hard to say. Like, Bagel Pirate's doing 2-gate observatory, so he's not planning on pushing out necessarily right away. This is a really good build, obviously, if you're against DT. Like, this is a good counter build. So if he's going DT and, like, DT walk in, they'll basically get there, like, as your observers are coming up, and then you just kind of run them down and kill them from there, because you're just going to have a really high goon count against, you know, something wasted on DT. In this case, though, it does actually favor Arcane wins quite a bit. We're on 1 gate going into Reaver, so... And there's the observatory as well, so I don't know that we're going to be expanding anytime soon for either player.
Yeah, I don't think, especially for Arcane wins, I mean, he's already getting Reaver shuttle speed.
Yeah.
So he's really committing into this heavily now. And whereas we did see the observatory into Reaver from Bagel Pirate, but he does have the defender's advantage. So a nice little spotter pylon from Arcane wins being placed down at the 12 o'clock position. That will help him detect any possible move outs from Bagel Pirate of a shuttle later on as well. Would be interesting to see what player decides to do what from here. We do have the Nexus being thrown down for Bagel, which makes me think he's going to be a lot more defensive. We do have Bagel wanting to move out with his Dragoons to the 12 o'clock threshold to then move all the way down into the natural of Arcane. I'm not sure about if this is a great idea or not. We do have quite a large force. We have 7 Dragoons and 1 Zealot against 5 Dragoons and 2 Zealots, but with a Reaver and a Shuttle. So this does favor Bagel Pirate. I don't think this is a great idea moving in here. I think he could risk losing a lot for his trouble. Great Reaver Scarab damaging 4 Dragoons. 3 take full splash damage. 1 takes partial splash damage. Pretty good for Arcane wins there. Great little pick off from him. That's going to make him feel much more confident in taking this expansion and feeling safe for the time being.
Yeah, so I don't know if you heard me sort of say I don't like this. The reason I don't like this push out from Bagel Pirate is you're taking your natural, right? And you have an observer. It's totally okay to move forward with your goons like that to prepare to go in if like you want to, right? It's obviously it's comfortable being out on the map. But when you have the observer, go ahead and poke forward. If he sees no Nexus, then he shouldn't feel pressured because, like I said, our Nexus is finishing up before his was. We were like halfway before his started, right? So if you see that as Bagel Pirate, then you can just back up and be like, he's going to have more than you, right? Like he has some sort of tech, or he's going to have more army or something. So you kind of risk taking a really bad exchange walking into his army, and you know that you have a Nexus and he doesn't.
I would say that one thing Arcane's done a better job of staying on top of his pro production. So even though we have this earlier Nexus coming out from Bagel Pirate, I think that Arcane wins will still end up being ahead on workers in the end. So even though we have the earlier expansion from Bagel Pirate, I still feel like I favor Arcane's position economically, because he has been more on top of his pro production.
Yeah, the faster Nexus doesn't do you a whole lot of good if you're just cutting too many probes, right? So like now, Arcane wins finishes his Nexus way behind yours, but he's going to immediately have more income than you because he has more pro production prior.
Right, I wonder how much that will affect the game. We do have Citadel tech for Bagel Pirate. I'm wondering if he's going to be getting straight into Storm soon, or yeah, I think so.
Yeah, we have the Reaver flying in.
Oh, the Reaver! Beautiful pro pull though, not going to be taking too much damage. The shuttle going to be shimmying down to the natural now. Could get a lot though. These probes are still transferring. This is big news. Oh, can he get the hits? So far, there's a dud. It's gonna. Oh, it gets 2 for his.
Only two.
Okay.
Oh, and we lose the Reaver. Okay.
Okay, this is really bad for Arcane wins. He didn't get a lot of damage done there. Could have got so many probe kills and instead only got 2 and lost the Reaver as well.
That was 2 Reaver, by the way. Yeah,
that's a lot. Like, he missed out on doing so much damage with those 2 Reavers.
Yeah, suddenly the situation is kind of flipped a little bit. The only thing is Bagel's production, like his pro production is just a little bit low, but his standing army actually could run through right now. But obviously there's no way for him to know that like very easily. We're going DT. At this point, because Templar already out, I'd love for him just to go straight into Storm. But DT's still fine. Like they're never wasted units in this matchup, right? Because they're still really good for spotting expansions and move outs and stuff like that. You can still always find utility for DT. And parking a DT at a third base can be incredibly annoying. Like you'll send a probe and it dies, and sometimes it takes a moment to be like, wait a second, my probe's not here. And it can just delay thirds for a very long time. But huge army coming out for Bagel here, and I really like this fight for Bagel right now. He has a huge goon count. We only have 1 Reaver. And I actually like having just 1 or 2 Zealots to kind of tank up Scarab shots and be really, really powerful.
There's a DT here as well, but unfortunately for Arcane wins, there is an Observer. If there wasn't an Observer, though, that DT might have been able to snipe that Reaver, which would have been huge for Bagel Pirate there before going in. As it stands, they might not want to try and breach into that position. It's quite a scary concave to try and push into. Well, that Reaver's kind of slightly out of position for a moment there. I thought the Reaver was going to keep moving over to the right. I was getting a little bit worried for him. We do have Storm on the way for Bagel Pirate as well. I really do like Storm in this matchup. He gets the snipe on the Reaver. Bagel Pirate looking huge right now. He tries to push in a little bit deeper, getting some side disruptor shots on those Dragoons, but does back away. Understands that this is an untenable position to hold for too long, but goes back in for round 2. Wants to get more and more shots off and free on these Arcane Wind Dragoons that are kind of jostling for position and kind of trying to get back desperately. It is kind of hard to control these Dragoons in these engagements. So far, it's slightly favoring Bagel Pirate, but needs to be really careful with this Reaver coming forward. Needs to start to back away. He doesn't want to lose too many Dragoons. Oh, these Dragoons bugging out. This is really bad news. But a huge storm comes down for Bagel Pirate. makes that trade all the more worthwhile for him, although he is still down in supply.
Yeah, that storm totally saved the situation there, and that was kind of what I was worried about. You got to be a little bit careful when you're being chased into a ramp. You don't want to be too slow going up the ramp, because that's exactly what will happen, right? Like, goons are notorious for being stuck on ramps. Luckily, you had this storm come in from above and actually saved the whole trade there. Bagel Pirate's taking a third behind this. It feels like the trade went really well for him, but we're still pretty far down as a blind. And I feel like this is just happening because of the probe count, to be honest with you. It's just the extra income coming in for Arcane is making up the difference for the slightly better trades for Bagel.
Oh, this High Templar is going to be picked off as well. This little straggler High Templar at the 12 o'clock position, unfortunately, going to be sniped. That's a little bit painful, actually, losing a High Templar for free at this stage in the game. Every little helps, especially when they can potentially cast a fight-winning Storm. It'd be a little bit annoying for him to lose that. Look at both players taking these third bases around about the same time. I think it's going to be a little bit rough for Bagel Pirate, because he's just going to have everything slightly behind Arcane Winds. The one thing he's got going for him is that Storm. So we're going to need some real clutch Storms coming out for him in these fights coming up.
Yeah, if you can hit pre-Storm, it's really kind of necessary on this map, to be honest with you. Like, pushing down this little like ramp here on the right side, or these the bridges and stuff, can be really hard to break toss, but if you can hit them when you have Storm and they don't have Storm, it is possible to break through. But I feel like as the game goes on, the window's actually going to close for Bagel. If Arcane Winds makes it into Storm Tech, then basically he's going to lose his kill opening. The only thing is we don't have Templar coming down Archives yet for Arcane. But I am getting a little bit worried about the eco difference. Just the probe count is getting kind of massive at this point.
Yeah, it's like 14 worker advantage for Arcane Winds. We have a shuttle down at the 6 o'clock position, moving over to the southeast quadrant, maybe to launch an assault on some of these bases and maybe pick up some probe kills finally that he so desperately wanted earlier on. Meanwhile, going to be escorting out his own probes to the 9 o'clock position while this shuttle moves over. And the DT out on the map currently trying to move into the natural base, maybe get a Reaver for his trouble. Currently, Arcane Winds able to shut that down to stop any kind of shenanigans, while the Reaver in the shuttles kind of sitting out in the water near the 3 o'clock location of Bagel Pirate, now starting to move. Has an observer there to spot for any potential spotting observer, so he knows he's unseen right this second, but he flies into the natural. There's 2 Reavers in the show, hasn't yet unloaded though. There is a High Templar nearby, but hasn't got enough energy to storm, so it's going to be quite difficult for him to clear up these Reavers, and big Scarab shots going down on this probe line, making that probe differential even more severe. Currently down 28 workers, with another Reaver going to be going into the main base, currently on 9 kills. There is 16 kills total now on this Reaver. So many probes going down. This is absolute nightmare situation for Bagel Pirate. He's down to 18 probes, 17 probes remaining. Might get the shuttle on the way out, just barely. No, only one shot remaining on that shuttle. Oh, unfortunate for him. Not even going to be killing. There is a shuttle actually at the 12 o'clock position for Bagel Pirate with a single High Templar in. He could have maybe gone for a Storm drop here, but he's so far behind in workers. Even with like a really clutch Storm drop from him, might be hard for him to level out this situation in terms of economy.
Yeah, we need more than Storm drops. We basically have to kill Arcane now. We're too far behind to ever catch up again. We're gonna have to get a good trade and kill his army, and then like if we killed the army and then cleared economy, it'd be fine. But yeah, there's.
Well,
Go ahead.
Bagel Pirate says it's time to go. He's just going to try and charge into the force of Arcane Winds, but sees very quickly that there's just too much to handle. Going to have to retreat back to that open center and then finally commit to the engage once he's able to rejoin up with the rest of his army. But there's just so many units for Arcane Winds and not a single storm in sight for Bagel Pirate. Finally storming, but it's not quite enough. There's a huge concave of Dragoons raining down side disruptor shots on Bagel Pirate and cleaning up the majority of his forces. There's even some Dark Templars in the mix of this army making short work. There's so much DPS on Dark Templar. GG cool. Bagel Pirate going to be eliminated by Arcane Winds. Wow. Unfortunately for him, Team Loveboat going to be snatching up another win from the Behemoth Tier 2 series. A great job for him and his team. Soon we're going to be going into the next game between Saiyan SC and Genesis. I'm looking forward to that. We'll be catching up with you guys soon after the break.
all off there now. Thanks, guys.
No
Nice.
problem.
How you feeling?
I'm starting to lose my voice. I'm kind of notorious for that.
I could
Oh,
tell
yeah.
that's why I didn't make you do any closing statements. I
Yeah.
just cut you off so you didn't even have to talk.
I have I hate talking about stuff like this all the time. It sounds like I'm like making excuses, but because of my acid reflux and I have it really bad, I have a lot of scar tissue in my throat, so I do start losing my voice after a certain amount of time.
Yeah, I could tell you're having some issues.
It's kind of frustrating since I want to be a streamer and I can't talk. I'm having a lot of fun though. Like I do actually really enjoy doing this.
Yeah, you enjoying it?
No, not anymore. You said it weird.
Yeah, you like that. Yeah, it's been a pretty good cast, I would say. What do you think, Cookie, from your perspective?
Oh, it's been great. It's nice, chill cast.
Trying to give the people what Love Snow wouldn't.
Alright, I'm going to take a slightly longer break because I need
Yeah, me
to
too.
reload. I need
Yeah,
to
for sure,
reload.
man.
Yeah, I got a shred and shit.
We'll do at least 10 minutes here.
Okay.
That'll be good, that'll be good.
10-minute break, boys. Ugh. I started losing my voice relatively quickly. I guess it's been 3.5 hours. Yeah, I've been doing this longer than I realized. It's a lot of talking for me, though. It's also a different kind of talking, right? It's not just that I'm talking a lot, it's... You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like, I'm talking different, right? There's like a... I'm just hanging out and talking to you guys' voice, and like a... I'm casting voice, I guess. Not to say that I have a good casting voice per se, but yeah, it's just different. I might go ahead and throw it over to Cookie's stream now, or the Nom stream. Start talking a little bit less, filling out a little bit more. But by all means, keep watching. I am gonna throw it over to the guy hosting this. We'll keep going. Like, we're gonna keep casting games. We'll keep going. I might have to stop at some point and have someone come in for me, but the games are just gonna keep going up in quality, so it's gonna get pretty good, I think. Like I said earlier, at the end of the cast, the final game is gonna be Hawk versus Jae-Yoon, so that should be a really, really cool, high quality, high level series to watch. But yeah, I'll cut my stream here. I appreciate you guys. Thanks for watching, hanging out. Yeah, I'll see you guys on the other side, I guess. Peace.